Okay, welcome everybody to our final, as it turns out, Knicks Film School post-game show of the 2023-24 basketball season. I have DJ Zulo here with me. I just did a watch along with him. I also we got Andrew Claudio on the ones and twos. I'm sure he'll be up on the stage at some point before too long. DJ, if it's all right with you, I'm going to say a quick piece and then I'm going to throw it your way.
Please.
So I've said several times throughout this season, or really it's gotten to a level the last few weeks especially, where I've run out of words for this team. And that is because they have accomplished more under greater duress and through just some of the unlikely circumstances than I think many of us who have watched sports for a very long time have ever seen before. And as I'm sitting here today, as the season ends in a fashion that I don't think any of us really anticipated was in the cards, but in retrospect, perhaps shouldn't have been too surprising. I am at a similar loss for words. And it is because there is, frankly, an emptiness inside me at the unsettling realization that this season is over. And, you know, I'm fond of comparing sports to relationships because there are only two things I love in life. I love my wife and my kids, of course, but in a certain way, I love my wife and I love my Knicks, and I'm sure she'd actually be flattered to hear that if she's watching upstairs. But I think the comp is appropriate sometimes, and today is one of those days because just like when you're falling in love and you're meeting someone for the first time and it's just in that special stage, you feel like, well, this is never going to end and this is always going to be there, and it's just, it could never, like, how could the world ever be not perfect as it is right now in this moment? And this team over the course of this season has made us feel like, oh my God, this can't be real. This is the most amazing feeling I've ever had. And then most pointedly, this is never going to end. And it is to their credit that injury after injury after injury, at no point in time, even if we could intellectually tell ourselves that this team was not going to win an NBA championship this year, because you need a certain modicum of healthy bodies to be able to do that. I don't think anybody who lived and died with this team this year ever got to a point where they really truly internalized the notion that this team could lose enough to the point that their season would be over, and it would be in a way that was not ultimately successful. And that is the ultimate testament to who they are and what they have accomplished. And the fact that I'm sitting here today trying to put into words as best as I can what the season, I think, meant to me personally and to all of us. And if I was smart, I would have spent some time before this moment right now thinking about what I would say in the event of a loss. And my God, why wouldn't I have taken that step to think about what I would say in the event of a loss? Because, again, logic, reason, common sense, history in the league tells us, well, you lose one key member of your team at this stage of the playoffs, you're probably done. You lose two key members of your team, you're probably done. You lose three key members of your team, you're probably done. You lose four key members of your team, and it just keeps going and going and going and going. And yet, again, none of us, I don't think, ever reached the point where in the pit of our souls, we thought that this team would actually lose today, even though, again, logically, it makes all the sense in the world. So that's the other reason I'm kind of struggling for the words right now. And then, you know, the last thing I'll say, and then I'm going to turn it over to DJ, because I know we are among the old heads. So we have been through ups and we've been through downs. And we have a certain perspective on this team for that reason, and certainly on this series for that reason. And we will talk about the game. I promise you, we will talk about the game. But the reason I think all of us felt that way ultimately, that they were just somehow, some way, going to find it within themselves to come up with a victory this afternoon, is because the season has taken on a storybook quality. And fairy tales are fairy tales because they have happy endings. They don't have sad endings. And they certainly don't have endings that end with a dud like this. And if you think that I'm gearing up to be critical of this team or critical of their effort, I'm not. It's actually quite the contrary. Today, what happened to them in the Garden, and I have not said one word about the Indiana Pacers yet because this Knicks team deserve to have the final post-game live stream be about them first, and then we will praise the Pacers. And boy, oh boy, are they deserving of all the praise in the world. We're going to get there. I promise. I don't want to seem like I'm salty because what that team went in there and did today was unbelievable. And they deserve credit for it. And their best players deserve credit for it. And their coach deserves credit for it. Everything. But because of what they were able to do, it was a reminder that all of those wins and all of those victories and all of those come from behind somehow, some way. How in the good Lord did you find it within yourself, both individually and as a team, to come up with some of the victories that they came up with through the course of these playoffs and over the course of really the last 3 months of the season, ever since January 27th? The fact that it fell flat on its face today was a reminder that all of those wins and efforts, it wasn't magic. It wasn't something that was destined. It was a basketball team full of guys that found something within themselves that they had no right to find, and that they still managed to find and put it out there on the court. And it was as Benji said on a earlier post-game live stream, it became a religious experience. Because how else could you explain what they were finding within themselves to put forth on the court other than something that is supernatural? And the fact that that ran out today should not be looked at as a failure, for as much as it will be seen in some circles. And I get it, that it is a failure that they couldn't win this game or they couldn't win this series. And we will always go back to look at game 3 for that. But I can't in good conscience look at it that way. I have to look at this as a sign of just how special it is that they were able to summon it all the other times that they did. They weren't able to summon it today. It is the most understandable situation that you could ever imagine. The Pacers shooting 67% from the field. Less understandable, but shit happens. And I'm really thankful that we got a chance to watch the team. I'm thankful and feel very fortunate that they were part of our lives, not only since the end of January, but the whole year. And that's what I have to say about them. So on that note, DJ, I'm gonna kick it over to you.
Yeah, you. There's been teams that we've been watching this team for about the same amount of time since those 90s runs, and there have been teams where you forget games, you forget how it happened, the ebbs and flows, but you don't forget how they made you feel. And I don't have any doubt that 10 years from now, 20 years from now, 30 years from now, I'm going to remember back randomly or because of telling stories about the team, but I'm going to remember and recall like how this team made me feel. And I know you did it, and I tried my best to reiterate and just talk about how what we were seeing at multiple points during this year was not normal, was special. There will be better iterations of this team, this Jalen Brunson led team, that will do bigger and greater things. But I don't know if I'll ever feel quite the same about them.
Sports, man.
I knew this. Can I get through? I said to myself, will the Italian blood come out and just, but listen, I've thought about this game and this team and this series multiple times today, and I've had a similar reaction. I should have predicted this, but they've grabbed my heart in a way that is pretty intense. And I thank them for it. I thank everyone for just being on the ride with us and the community that you've talked about and all that. This was storybook in so many ways. And I thought you took the words right out of my mouth when you said, fairy tales don't have bad endings. Many movies do. Many great stories have bad endings.
Yeah.
But those stories and those movies and those, dramas, they tend to stick with you for the rest of your days. It's because of the ride. It's because of the ebbs and the flows and like the love that you gave this team. And we gave it because they deserved it. And despite the fact that it ended today, and to be completely honest, it probably ended early in that second quarter, some, certain parts, even though they made runs. But the fact that it ended the way it did does not take anything away from what they did this year, which is one of the gutsiest, most courageous seasons in the history of the sport. I will say that, and you can bring up examples that will rival it, but this was a season for the ages in terms of what this team had to continually go through. The obstacles just kept coming, and we haven't even mentioned the fact that their best player ends the game in the locker room with a broken hand. Which, the poetic nature of it all it's a knife in the heart, but it's also, it doesn't take away from how proud I am of them. And that's the main emotion. It's a 10 out of 10 in the pride scale, and I'll love them. They'll love this team forever.
I mean, you talk about movies, greatest romance of all time, Casablanca. Here's looking at you, kid. They do not end up together at the end.
They do not.
So maybe in that sense, this team was destined to end with something like this. It happens. I do feel an obligation to talk about the game today that we just witnessed. And again, I'll just say it. I kind of said it before. I will say it again. What the Pacers did today in a Game 7 on Madison Square Garden floor. Like, do I think that all of a sudden the Garden mystique vanished after decades and decades? No, I don't think so. I think that Pacer team is really deserving of a lot of credit. And there is not a player in professional sports that I have disliked more than Tyrese Halliburton since Reggie Miller. I think arguably, maybe there's been one or two. The hate scale for Halliburton, it is it's the Lindsay Lohan meme. There is no limit. It's infinity. Whatever, I forget how exactly it goes. That was superstar stuff today because a team follows its best player's lead. The limit does not exist. Thank you, Andrew. Andrew reminded me. A team follows its superstar's lead, and I understand Pascal Siakam is the guy that came out and really put the Pacers on his back early, and I don't want to diminish his accomplishment because that, in a practical sense, was more important. But what Halliburton came and did on the Garden and Siakam, I mean the two of them just together, that is, I think there's a reason why you saw their role players not miss shots. I don't even want to go and do the math on let's add up Neesmith and Hart and McConnell and Shepard and maybe throw Obi and Turner. Add all those guys up. Is that I know they shot 67% for the game. Did their role players shoot 80%? Because it that's what it felt like. And I guess to turn it to a little bit of not X's and O's, but the shots from the opening tip-off, and I'm going to throw it to you very quickly on this one because you're better to talk about this than me. Almost from the opening tip until really, frankly, nearly. I mean, the last few minutes they let go of the rope, but it was understandable. But for more than 40 minutes of this game, the shots that the Pacers were hitting, the backbreaker shots, they were the shots that if you're an NBA defensive coordinator, you game plan to allow those shots. Now, obviously, would you like a contest? Of course, you'd like a contest. Would you like to generate turnovers? Would you like to do all the things like during the stretches of that the Knicks have shown us at times where it's just like you're not getting anything, but within reason, if you are going to give up shots, you're going to want to give up shots. And I'm not saying that Pacers didn't get their fair share of looks from three. I'm not saying the Pacers didn't get their fair share of looks at the rim. They did. Again, incredible offensive performance. But how many freaking times were there in this game where you saw often a Pacer role player, step into a long two and just get nothing but the bottom of the net? And at some point, you just have to tip your cap.
Yeah, when we were watching the game, we just kept saying, well, that'll stop. Maybe Halliburton will keep it going and have one of those games where he's making the majority of his threes. But you just thought, like, all right, the Aaron Nesmith, catch, run him off the line, step into a pull-up jumper. Like, those won't go in with the same amount of frequency, and they somehow did. And listen, it'll require like a rewatch to really diagnose what the issues were. To me, there was, I talk about this with my kids all the time, where you have a bucket, you start the day with a full bucket, and then if shit goes wrong in the morning, you take a little bit of the stuff, the bucket empties a little bit, and then it keeps emptying, and then sometimes by the end of the day, you have nothing left. And I felt like for this team, despite it being a game 7, and it almost doesn't compute, where how can this team not have their peak energy, their peak verve? Well, because as we've talked about in this post-game show, what they had to do to get to this point. And you mentioned it, like those games in February, grinding out wins. DiVincenzo playing 38 minutes, Precious Achiuwa averaging 40 minutes for a stretch of games. There was a cost to that. It wasn't magic, like you said, right? There was a cost.
Nope.
And maybe that cost, that bill came due in these last couple of games, because there was something missing tonight. And the whole Anunoby piece of it. Fred Katz tweeted that it was Tom Thibodeau said after the game that it was his decision to pull Anunoby and not put him back in the game based on how he was looking on the floor. And there were indications prior to the tip off that he was not moving well during pregame shoot around and pregame warmups. So that shouldn't come as a major surprise, but he was, and this is not something that no one has mentioned. This is very, we know this. He's the linchpin to how they defend, and they just don't have enough to keep a dynamic offense from putting up great numbers without him. The Pacers they were in rotations. The Knicks, as Benji puts it, they were in the blender almost the entire game from the start. And if you watch the Knicks, despite scoring a little a reasonable level to start the game, these weren't shots that gave me much optimism that they could hold that for an entire 40-minute performance. I think there's Jalen, despite I know he broke his hand late, but I don't know what that foot injury has to be a concern, because he did not look like himself, and he was not drawing any sort of help. He was not. Rarely did the Pacers have two to the ball. Rarely did the Knicks play with an advantage. And when you're playing against a team that is consistently playing with advantages, it's just a hard juxtaposition, and it's just hard to keep up with them.
By the way, I just did the math on Nembhard, Nesmith, Turner, McConnell, Shepard, and Jackson, 79% between those guys. That's freaking wild. So just Obi struggled. He was 1 of 4. Unreal. Okay, Brunson. You brought up Brunson. You also talked about, like, you'll remember feelings about this season when you go back and you think about it years from now. Mm-hmm. Even though this game ended like it did today, this is still going to be the season of Jalen Brunson. And today should not diminish that. Look, whether it was his foot bothering him, whether it was because he ran out of gas, or whether Jalen Brunson just had a bad game. It cannot, it cannot diminish what he was able to accomplish this season. Not 1%. Not 1% of 1%. You know, I it's a it's a shame he didn't get one final chance in the end of the third quarter, fourth quarter to redeem himself. I will go to my grave believing that he would have somehow, some way found it within himself to at least been a part of a push. It didn't happen. And to your point about the defense, the thing I guess I will think about a lot is how this series was. I mean, it felt like it was relentless. It was like I was exhausted by game 3, doing these freaking things, and I didn't have to play the games. And there was one stretch where it was 2 days off. Otherwise, it was every other game. And the fact that today came so soon after game 6, I wonder how much that matters. And then the other part of it is like, look at the teams in basketball that succeed in the playoffs, and the Knicks were out there running out 2 6-foot point guards. And I know Deuce tries to give him hell, but he's a 6-foot point guard. And DiVincenzo, who's 6'3", Josh Hart, who's 6'4", and a center. And when they didn't have one of those guys in, they replaced one of them with Precious Achiuwa, who I thought, I don't want to bash anybody today. Let's just say Precious Achiuwa did not have his best game. There's a reason why he is, as we've politely come to refer to him as, a wonderful depth piece. But like, if you are relying on Precious Achiuwa to be your defensive stopper and to be the guy that turns the tide defensively, you are probably not in a great place as a basketball team, to say nothing of the negative impact he has on the other end of the floor. So again, when you look at just brass tacks of, well, what are they without OG Anunoby? I don't have it handy. Maybe I'll probably do it at some point before tomorrow or the next day or whatever. But if you look at all the games that they played without Anunoby from the end of January, from January 29th, starting then up until today, my guess is you're going to find that they're about a 500 team. And, and they obviously during the regular season, they played a lot of bad games, bad teams in that stretch. Like, you put this team out there for a full season without OG Anunoby, more or less, that's probably what they are, and that's even with Bojan Bogdanovic, who, again, that's a name we haven't said thus far on the post game, or Mitchell Robinson. It's like, and again, that's not that's not an excuse, but it is necessary context to anybody who's like, they should be, I hope we don't get any of this tonight, but if anybody's thinking of being like, that wasn't a requisite effort in a game 7, I'm sorry, I can't hear it. I can't hear it, given who the personnel that they had and how much they have put forth and how much they probably had left, or more accurately, did not have left.
No, I mean, look, I think there was, I think the Knicks obviously win the series. I think the Knicks win the series, obviously, if Anunoby's healthy. But this, and you talked about it, the Pacers, they've had a great game tonight or today. They are a really good team that from the start of the season performed in a way that gave the Knicks trouble. And they were going, even with the healthy Anunoby, that they were going to stretch the Knicks in a way that was going to provide problems for this Knicks team. And even if the Knicks would have won this series with a healthy Anunoby, I don't think they would have just bludgeoned them, because this is a really good Pacer team that made every shot today. And I don't think the Knicks came out with, efforts like one of those things where you can decide, all right, consciously, I just don't really feel like it today, or it's a January game against the Pistons, and I just don't, we're gonna give it 75%. This, if they didn't have 100% effort today, it was not because they consciously decided to do that. They just didn't have it to give, and that is the reality of. There's a huge difference, and that's I think the reality of where this season has gone. And why we shouldn't be completely shocked about how it ended, because sometimes, again, we're talking endings again, but sometimes endings end really bad because
Eh,
all the things that led to the end mattered, and it wasn't like
Yeah.
they were pulling from this area that wasn't going to have a cost at some point. And
And
that's
Deej, just to be like abundantly clear, I know we said it already, but it deserves repeating. Like, that was it the level of defense that we saw at times in game 5? Was it the level of defense that we saw for that 10-minute stretch I keep referencing from game 3 where they took that 9-point lead? Was it the level of defense that they found a way within themselves to play at the end of game 2? Was it the level of defense that we saw repeatedly throughout the Philly series? No, it wasn't at that level, but like the notion that they were going out there and dogging it today, or the notion that they were just like again, credit to Indiana. You have to give credit to Indiana for taking advantage of every bit of anything that the Knicks gave them, and for not folding at any point in time.
77-70, Knicks were cutting into the lead. Deuce had, for a split second, I don't know how open he was, but he had a look from the right corner.
Yep.
Passes it up, cross-court pass, turnover, score. Knicks come down again. Brunson turnover, and I'm pretty sure that's
where he broke
Halliburton, where he broke his hand.
Yep.
And that was the last, for all intents and purposes, that was the last run. And it was DiVincenzo came out in that third quarter. He was given the Halliburton assignment. He was making threes. The crowd was back into it, and it goes to show you about the margins this team has been playing with since Julius went down, has been paper thin. And it just takes one mistake, one error in judgment. And I forget who tweeted it. It might have been Mike Prada. These mistakes, these bad errors, they tend to come up when you're just fatigued and you're exhausted.
The Knicks needed to play a perfect game today to win this. Perfect. Right. Not 97th percentile game, not 98th percentile game, not 99. Like the way the Pacers were making shots, the Knicks needed to play a perfect game. They didn't play a perfect game. Certainly not going to kill them for it. DJ, I'm going to move on to the segments. Do you want to hang around for any of this, or you're going to get out of here?
I can hang for a few. Yeah.
Okay.
Let's do the segments.
Why don't we do the segments? And that'll give us a chance to compliment some guys. So we start with our Autograph Player of the Game, again presented by our good friends at Autograph, who've been a wonderful partner throughout this playoff run. Sad that it has to end. Download the Autograph app, use code KFS, get rewarded for your Knicks fandom. There will still be content produced about this team in the coming days and weeks, so keep going, Autograph. They may not have any Knicks tickets to give away for a great price, but you'll definitely be able to still get your content through Autograph and earn points and rewards for your fandom. So I think it would be appropriate if we each picked a different player. And then I actually think it would be appropriate if Andrew came out from behind the scenes and maybe picked the third guy, because I think there are 3 guys that deserves to have their names mentioned. DJ, I'm going to let you go first. Who do you want to talk about?
Well, thank you. During the watch playback, I don't know how many threes DiVincenzo ended up making, 9 of them. And I said, if one, there's always going to be, you take solace in a season, you sort of project forward. What DiVincenzo has been able to do at times in these games when Brunson's either been out or Randall's been out, and he's been required to elevate his performance. He's done it more times than he hasn't. So to make 9 threes in a game 7 and do everything in his power to keep the Knicks, breathing in this game, it was another phenomenal performance. He is as gutsy as they come. He is an absolute winner, and I don't care about whether or not he's won a championship. Or has he had one?
He has a college championship and an NBA championship with the Bucks.
With the Bucks, right? So he is a winner, and it is. I can't wait for what he can bring next year, because he is just a phenomenal player who had another phenomenal game. Listen, not every one of those buckets were in a meaningful game, but a lot of them were. And I think he deserves my pick for player of the game, and just an incredible season for him. And I like I said, I can't wait for because I feel like he has tapped into something in his own game that he's removed the ceiling, and I don't know how big the ceiling is, but there's a lot more juice in that orange than maybe we thought coming in. Well, definitely what we thought coming in, and even what we thought 2 months ago, 3 months ago.
Yeah, I am pretty comfortable putting, not even in pencil, I'm happy to put in pen Dante DiVincenzo, your starting shooting guard for the Knicks. And that may seem obvious. But to be very clear, I'm talking about, we know some of the names that may be available on the trade market. I'm at the point where I'm like, you know what? I'd rather keep the guy we have. We don't have to give up anything to get, and more, the contract that he's on, obviously, with how he came through repeatedly this season. That's someone you ride with. Andrew, why don't you go?
Am I leaving one for you? Is that how this is going? So I'll let you say the.
I wonder if you know who I want.
I guess I'm going Alec Burks here.
Yeah,
because I'm pretty sure you want to. I know exactly who you want to say. Alec Burks finished with 26 points on 13 shot attempts in this game in the first quarter, when it looked like this team didn't have a pulse and we were headed for a repeat of last Sunday. Alec Burks gave him a spark off the bench. And if you told me 5 games ago that OG Anunoby going down and being forced to play Alec Burks minutes, especially after the 1 minute he played in game 2, I would have thought you were crazy if you would told me that was going to be a positive impact. But they had a chance in this series when he went down. It even got us optimistic with the potential of OG coming back. At 5 threes, which led the game in game 5. And then today just continued to fight. Amazing how 5 games can change the outlook of a season. And I still think he largely underperformed what he was brought here to do in the last 2 months after the trade, but showed up in the playoffs, and we'll be able to use that as a negotiating tactic this offseason. But credit to Alec Burks, my player of the game.
Listen, man, Alec Burks is a gamer. He is your favorite hooper's favorite hooper. And at the very least, I don't think anybody would go down this road, but like, in retrospect, what they got out of Bogey during the playoffs before he got hurt and what they got out of Burks, like, it's not like there were any reinforcements that they could have gotten at the deadline that they didn't get. Like, this team did what they had to do. They did what they could do to fortify what was ultimately something that could not be fortified. So credit to Alec Burks. Thank you for leaving Josh Hart for me. Look, Josh Hart's stat line in this game, I mean, he didn't make a 3, took 4, missed all of them, ended up shooting 3 and 9 overall, 10 points, 5 assists, 8 rebounds, obviously fouled out and got the standing O. Yes, this was the Jalen Brunson season. It'll always be remembered as the Jalen Brunson season. Yes, Dante DiVincenzo emerged as a kind of like right below the level of an all-star kind of caliber player when he's really going and makes you, question his ceiling moving forward. Isaiah Hartenstein became a guy, went from a backup to now a guy that the Knicks are going to feel like, oh my God, we have to re-sign him. Deuce showed you that he is way more than just a depth piece. I know we didn't have a great game today. The things that made us fall in love with this basketball team were embodied by Josh Hart more than anyone. And again, we've made so many of the comps and so many of the analogies between this, not analogies, but like why this team is so appropriate as New York's team and how they go about their business. And it is so New York. Like, New Yorkers do not call in sick. New Yorkers do not take the easy road. They will, because we are all stubborn in a way that I don't know if a non-New Yorker could ever fully understand. Like, we will try to do the thing just to show you that we could do the thing. And for Josh Hart to go out there and play 37 minutes of, I got to say, I thought he played pretty well. I know he didn't make any threes, but other than that, like, and a couple of defensive possessions where he just didn't have it, like, you could not there's no universe where you should have been able to get that 2 days after, not even a full 48 hours after an ab strain for an injury that, like I said it, when did I say it on the last post game, right? Like, or at some point, this injury kept LeBron James out for 2.5 weeks 3 years ago. You know, this is absurd that he was able to come and play today. And that is the one thing that I will smile about from this game, is that Josh Hart showed you that he is just a different breed. And so credit to him. He is my autograph player of the game. Hold on. You're muted, Andrew.
So this next segment should be interesting. The Unified Healing Road to Recovery, presented by Unified Healing. Go to unifiedhealing.com to learn more and find a center near you. So who was healthy at the end of the series?
So by the end of the series, well, if you run a
Deuce,
so
Precious,
the fully
and
hold on the full
Okay.
version of this team, the full healthy rotation of this team after the OG Anunoby trade, okay, and after the Quentin Grimes trade, you want to go there too. I know the Grimes trade came after Julius went down, but let's kind of combine those for two. Your starting lineup would be Jalen Brunson, Dante DiVincenzo, OG, Julius, and Isaiah Hartenstein, with off the bench Mitch, Bogey,
Hart,
Josh Hart.
Burks, Hart, and Deuce. So that's actually, obviously, it never got to 10 men because of Julius went down, but so there's 10 rotation players post OG trade. By the end of this game, we were left with healthy Dante DiVincenzo, Deuce McBride, Alec Burks, and Isaiah Hartenstein, who I'm not convinced was Hartenstein and DiVincenzo, the two of them, you want to talk about that gas. So really, it's you were left with your 10th man, your probably 9th man in Deuce, your 5th guy in Hartenstein, 5th, 6th, and then your 4th, 5th guy in DiVincenzo. That's what you had left.
and you got to Game 7 of the Eastern Conference semis.
Should
We'll
not
look
be
back
possible.
when the sting subsides. We will look back, and we will, and it's happening now a little bit. I'm sure we all feel that same pride in everything. But that when the sting goes away, that's all we're gonna feel, and it's gonna be an incredible season to relive, because so many great moments, so many.
Yep.
I don't think I have a single bad thing to say about this team. I got to be honest. What they fought for, the way they fought, the effort they put in. I mean, John, you just said it about Josh Hart, an ab strain, and you gave us that effort today. I got nothing. I got nothing critical.
Andrew, when he was
nothing.
putting on, you said it in the chat, when he was putting a sock on during one of the pregame interviews, grimacing.
Yep.
Just putting a sock on before the game.
Just trying to pull up his sock. That was tough. And he played in a Game 7 with a strained abs 37 minutes and gave us 10, 8, 5, and 2. And a hard-fought 6 fouls. I got nothing. Before we let you go, DJ, I actually want to do something, because I'm gonna get emotional on this chat on this post game today. I know I am. I'm gonna do my best to be there for you, John. If you also get emotional, because I'm seeing
I'll be
ahead of
all right.
time the outpouring of gratitude from the KFS faithful. There's 4 chats that are actually about the game. So if you don't mind just answering them with us, DJ, so we can get them.
Sure, absolutely.
Get them
Can
done.
I ask a favor?
What?
Can I take one quick pee break?
Yeah, go ahead.
Go.
Let
Actually,
DJ start. I'll
We'll
be
get
back.
the anti-Tibbs one out the way. How's that?
Is there an anti-Tibbs one?
There's one that I you know what? If you want to be here for it, you can. We could just
I don't.
okay. There we go. John, good. Empty the bladder. You're good. So we'll do that one first. And
Sure.
thank you to everybody that sends in a contribution, regardless of how asinine your take is. We'll start here. David Gretter. Drop coverage. Let them get what they wanted. Get where they wanted. Tibbs needed to adjust, forcing Hallie to pick it up and go wherever. Did what he I'm reading it wrong, probably because it's the wrong take. Forcing Hallie to pick it up or go wherever he didn't want was the best defense we played, but Tibbs didn't switch it to full time. Your thoughts, DJ?
Yeah, there was more drop than any other coverage. Like you can hedge, you can blitz, but I think, listen, we've spent most of this post game talking about what this team had left or what little they had left more appropriately. So when you play a drop coverage, that by definition is you're the more conservative approach that requires the least amount of backline rotation. The Pacers, by the nature of how they play, the speed, the transition, all those things, they're going to put you in a state of constant rotation. And one of the unfortunate aspects of how the series sort of manifested is that the Knicks really struggled when they were in rotation, when they had to close out to their shooters, whether it was giving up open looks or letting blow bys happen without much resistance. So if you're going to play a more aggressive pick and roll coverage, you are going to invite more of those rotations. And if you don't have your best backline defender healthy, then I don't know if you can play a more aggressive style. When OG Anunoby was at his peak of his powers in the Philadelphia series, you can trust him to be that backline defender and clean up a lot of those things that when you were playing aggressive coverage on Maxey and the pass was made and there was a play at the basket, you trusted Anunoby to be there to contest and deter that shot. Without having that, I don't know if you can play a more aggressive style and get away with it because, again, you're in more rotations. You are now exhausting yourself even more. I just didn't think it was.
I was about to say,
I didn't think it was a realistic thing to do. Now, if you had a healthy team and all your healthy participants,
it's different.
I completely get the point, David.
Detail junkie, that was extremely well said, and you answered this question thoroughly. We had 6 guys that could walk today. Like,
thank you.
Come on, David. We cannot with the adjustments when we had 6 guys, and he did switch guys onto he did switch up matchups throughout the game, but the other team shot 67% and set a record for field goal percentage in the game 7.
Only so much you could do, right? That's
really. Thank you for the contribution, David. Hope you enjoyed this season. Jesse M.
That Nembhard 3 is the new gen Hibbert block. It sucks. It really does suck because, look, that 3 doesn't go down. Brunson scores on the other end. You win game 3. You figure you end the season or you end the series in 5 games, which a lot of people picked. Does OG make it back? I mean, let me say this. This is going to help me sleep at night. This is just me. Given how OG Anunoby looked in the first 5 minutes of this game, I'm not sure when he would have gotten to the level that it would have been required to stay on the floor against the Boston Celtics. And for all the flowery, wonderful things we've said about this basketball team, if you take OG Anunoby off of it, I'm just not sure they were going into Boston and beating that Celtics team. I could be wrong, but it would have been a little bit challenging.
Only thought I have there is maybe he gets back by game 3. Maybe he really was another week away. But if he was, apparently he pushed to play away today. He was walking up the court.
Yeah.
It didn't seem close.
No.
But you would have still liked to win game 3. Andrew P, get JB a co-star. Shouldn't be dribbling all game. I mean, they have a co-star. He was on the bench in street clothes.
I actually just got a text, and DJ, this is actually perfect for you. I got a text is there a star the Knicks could add next season? And my only response was Julius Randle. So,
yeah. I mean, look, he's not a perfect co-star. I think you can easily come up with several names at least that would sort of be more synergistic with Jalen Brunson. But the Knicks,
good word.
We saw what this team was. And again, go back to January. We saw and Fred Katz has reported it and talked about it, how Randall was really bought in to what this team could do. And that necessitated an adjustment on his part to be more of a facilitator, to be a playmaker, more of a playmaker. If you just look at the drives per game, it was 18 and change drives per game before the All-Star. It went to 21 after the All-Star break, and it's like 24 during the playoffs. When you're driving that many times as a small guard, and again, I keep going back to this. It's like maybe a theme of the post game for me, but there's a cost to that.
Yeah.
You don't do that, and then that was, and this is not me patting myself on the back thing. I hate doing it, but I will go back to those games in February where Brunson was scoring 36 and just figuring it out and how amazing that was. But there was a drastic change in approach that was necessary, but was in the worrisome part was how can you sustain that and then still have enough to have a long playoff run. And he did as much as you can possibly do with the amount of obstacles in front of him. But we saw in these last couple of games, last 3 games, and change, there was a cost to all those extra drives, extra bumps, extra running around screens. That matters. And when Julius is back next year, that will be lessened. And whether it's another co-star, that'll be lessened. And so to Andrew's point, a co-star is needed. Julius is there, and he will, I presume, likely to be on the team next year. But if it's not him, it needs to be someone else, because it can't be a Jalen Brunson and auxiliary pieces type thing.
It won't be. Not for. I mean, we could all rest assured. If it's not Julius, it's going to be someone better than Julius, and that's not. I don't mean that to diminish what Julius is and his talent.
It's the reality. It's a reality of the business.
If it's not Julius Randle in that spot next year, it's going to be someone better than Julius Randle.
Stephen Bondi on Twitter, leaving the locker room for the final time this season. Josh Hart pointed at Isaiah Hartenstein and OG Anunoby and said, those two better come back. I am very confident that they will be back. And then the last one before we let you go, DJ, from Randy Smith.
Cancun on 3, Knicks fans, LOL. I don't get it.
So I'm assuming, Randy, if you're a Pacer fan, look, I'm Mr. They not like us, and I just have to tip my hat to the Pacers. Being down 2-0, being down 3-2, especially after the way Game 5 looked, you tip your cap. They set a record for how well they shot. They did not look like a young team, not ready for the moment. They went into the world's most famous arena and beat a team with 5 healthy players. But they still won, and you can't take that away from them, and I'm rooting for Boston. So that's the biggest accomplishment of the Pacers season. They got a lifelong Knicks fan to root for Boston in the conference finals. But hat tip to you. I can't wait until your next 10-point lead so Tyrese Halliburton can gain the ability to speak again. If you're not a Pacer fan, then you just spent $2 because your team lost, which makes you a loser in a round earlier. And now you're going to go get to watch. A Philly fan. I'm just assuming because we've had a ton of Philly fans in the chat watching from the sidelines, which you have every year for the majority of the process, which you lost a ton of, which turned you guys into losers. I don't know why this is turning into an anti-Philly.
I don't know.
I can't make it anti-Miami. Randy, enjoy the offseason with us as well. Unless you're a Pacer fan, then congrats.
Randy, subscribe, rate, and review. All right, DJ, anything else before we get you out of here?
Words escaping me a bit here, but it's just a season that I'll never forget. And I will say part of what has made the season so special was, doing these things with you guys, being part of the KFS community has been an incredible privilege for me. And it's really enhanced what I feel about this team and, sort of like the responsibility to provide, help provide content that is good and high quality. So I appreciate what all you guys do. And it's been amazing watching this team with you guys and just having that community and all that has been wild and exceeded all expectations when I came on board about a year ago. So thank you guys. It's been great.
Privilege is all mine, DJ. I promise you that. Has been amplified tenfold by what you've been able to do with your analysis and the emotional part of it too, because again, we both go way back. So all right, enjoy what's left of your Sunday, my friend.
Thank you guys. Have a good one.
Thank you, DJ.
Enjoy it.
Okay, so I got those out the way because our community is amazing and just a lot of thank yous. So let's dive into the super chats. But first, we need to do one more segment, Jonathan.
Oh shit! Oh Hold on, I gotta get the.
You're
where
good.
is
You're
it?
good. And shout out to our partner throughout the playoffs.
Wait, I gotta
Foreplay.
find the thing.
Okay. Well, let John find the thing, which is something you could do on a foreplay date.
Jesus Christ, my Lord. Hold on, you might need to send it to me again.
Okay. It's in your Google Docs, but I will.
Oh, is it there?
I'll send it. I'll send it to you. I mean, it is a Google Doc that I sent you, so I would hope that it's still in your. Hold on, I'm getting it and I'm putting it in the chat.
Okay, there you go.
Live producing, ladies and gentlemen.
That would be extremely helpful.
You're good.
There it is. Okay. This is very. Is this the last time I'm going to do this season?
Yes.
Oh, that's so sad. I won't get to talk to these girls anymore. Okay. You know. The other day I was talking to two girls who were telling me how into foreplay they are and how they wish they had more single guys to do it with. No, not that foreplay. We're not looking to get teed up on the pod. I'm talking FOURPLAY foreplay. It's an app where single friends team up and double date other single friends. It's a more fun, lower pressure, and safer way to meet new people, which is exactly why single girls love it. In fact, yes, it's a fact, they love it so much that they make up the majority of teams on this app, as in a 3-to-1 ratio in your favor. Look, we all know everything is better with a friend. Just ask Josh and Jalen, even if Brunson won't admit it. And with foreplay, you don't have to sacrifice bromance for romance because it's a chance to enjoy a night out with a buddy while meeting two new people in a more social environment without any expectations. And the icing on the cake, it's free. All right, it's game time. So head over to the App Store now and download foreplay, FOURPLAY, and get ready for a little 2-on-2 pickup. Giddy up. You're on mute, I think.
Giddy up. Your wife is in the chat laughing.
I'm sure she is. I'm sure she gets a kick out of that every time I read it.
Every time. Alrighty. Let's get to the super chats.
Okay. Man, we start off with a banger here from Ross. Thank you so much, Ross. Makes me think of the fact my wife has been watching Friends recently. Clearing off my debts of years of listening in Scotland, usually after the fact, and never having a super chat contribution, maybe even get some good karma. We are on to Boston, or what an amazing year. We are on to Boston, or what an amazing year that we ran into the worst injuries. I got what you're saying there. If it was not for the year of the worst injuries, we're on to Boston. Yeah. First game was in 97. This year has been the best. Love KFS. Let's freaking go Knicks. I just want to say to you, Ross, and to anybody, it's funny how like now when I meet people out, it's a lot of the same sentiment where it's like, man, listen to the pod and we listen to the post games and everything. I've never gotten a chance to super chat, but I just want you to know I'm listening, and I really like when we started this, and like once upon a time, even like before Andrew, when I kind of was first at my kitchen table talking into a microphone about this team, the only thing I ever wanted was for anybody to listen, and I felt like this team was special enough to me, and I had really nothing going on professionally that was all that exciting or worthwhile to me, frankly. And I'm just like, I need to do something, anything with my life where I could, at the end of the day, where I could look back and I could say, all right, you know what? You contributed a thing. You did a thing. And so really at the time it was just, I hope people listen to this. Hope people want to hear whatever I have to say about this team. And, from that moment and through the periscopes and the early days of the YouTube channel and the pod and all the different things and moments that we've had throughout the year. The fact that now I get to sit here and I don't have to be alone commiserating over this loss. And I tried to put a positive spin on it, but it's a tough day. It's a tough day. There's There's no two ways about it. That's my gift. So, all due respect, Ross, you're not clearing any debts. I cannot thank you enough for the generosity and the contribution, but the gift is that you're here. It goes for everybody. So yeah. Okay. Keith, what's going on, Keith? Thank you so much for a great year, Macri and KFS. My favorite season ever. The injury luck is absolutely insane, but I'll choose to focus on all the positives. I already can't wait for next year. Salute to KFS. I think this is going to be a lot of people's favorite seasons, and like I think last year was in conversation for a lot of people. This year superseded that. And like 99 was this magical playoff run that obviously included a trip to the conference finals, and they won that conference finals. I know this season did not end in similar fashion, and I again credit to the Indiana Pacers, and obviously the injuries played a massive role, but this season is beyond 99 for me. This season is beyond any seasons in the 90s for me that I remember up through 93, 94. So 93, 94, again, it was my first year ever watching the team, my first year ever rooting for them. I mean, I remember 92, 93 a little bit, but it was really 93, 94, the finals team. And I didn't know what I was watching. It was just like, oh, great. This whole sports thing is fun. This team just keeps winning playoff series. How great is that? Throw in 30 years of perspective. I could say unequivocally, this is my favorite Knicks team ever. For everything they gave and for everything they put out there and for how much they just made us believe in miracles, this is it. Thanks, Keith. Anthony, what's going on, Anthony? Thank you for the generous contribution. It is what it is. Thanks, KFS, for a great season. Love these guys and can't wait to see Julius back next season with JB and Tibbs to bring us a chip. Get an elite role player, Bridges, and make our run. So on that note, I'm going to try to sprinkle in some of the good post-game quotes that I've seen. This is from Jalen Brunson, since you mentioned Thibodeau. Tibbs is the reason why courtesy of New York Basketball, best Twitter account on the internet. Go follow them at NBA_New York. Tibbs is the reason why. Hold on, I lost it because Mark Berman said something stupid. Tibbs is the reason why we have that mindset. Why night in and night out we fight to the best of our abilities. Don't really care what people on the outside think. We go forward with what we believe is best. Players in that locker room have his back no matter what. I mean, it's your MVP saying that, so tells you really all you need to know. As far as getting an elite role player, they will leave no stone unturned this summer, and I am sure that they will shoot for higher than an elite role player if at the end of the day that trade does not materialize. They do have the Bogdanovich salary slot. They do obviously have all their picks where to the point that they don't need to exhaust. I mean, you could flip Bogey and like your pick, like one of your pick or both of your picks this year, and like maybe like one other thing or something. You could flip that for a really good player. And then if you want to start getting into the rest of the roster, then, well, I mean, again, I don't think this team wants to break up this core, nor should they. But they will find a way to improve next year. Thank you, Anthony. Alex. One of the OGs. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. I know this one's tough for you. Great season, KFS. Lots to build on. Lots of what ifs. KFS is the best content and the best community of fans. Hope everyone heals up and is ready to run it back. Everybody should go into, they should, I don't know where this Knicks team should go this summer. They got to get away. They got to go to like a spa for 2 months. Just live at a spa. Rent out as James Dolan, buy a spa somewhere. Are there any spas up near White Plains? If there are, probably crappy. Buy a spa, send all the players to it, have them be waited on hand and foot, and just heal up, rest up. That's all that there is to do. Alex, your generosity is appreciated, and it is. Thank you, appreciate it. Luyen, you've been a consistent contributor this entire postseason run, man. Thank you so much. Really, really, really generous stuff from you. Brutal end to a magic run. Yes. This was hard. Like, I think part of the reason why I wanted to open so positively is because I don't want to accept how hard today was. There were so few moments today. Because as a fan, you watch, and just like a team builds up momentum, you build up momentum as you're rooting for the team. And it was they cut 8 points off the lead. It was a little run at the end of the half, but you weren't feeling great. And then they cut 8 points off the lead to get it down to 7. I think they got down to 6 at one point in the third quarter. That was the closest we came. I think it was maybe was it a DiVincenzo 3? Yeah, 77-70. That DiVincenzo 3, that was like the highlight of the game. It's got that 7 points, but it's hard. Really hard. Brunson, the injury is devastating. It didn't sound like he was too concerned today. So obviously tough. You didn't get a chance to make a real run at the end, but like, as long as he heals up during the summer. Now, he's not going to be able to have his usual summer probably. That hurts. But honestly, if there's a guy on the Knicks that I wanted to take a month away from basketball or a month and a half, however long this is going to take to heal, it's Jalen Brunson. So I don't know if I'd use the devastating word for it, but I hear where you're coming from. Anyway, hard to be positive, but an incredible season. The future is bright. Get healthy in the offseason, and please get our heroes some help. Yes, thank you, KFS fan, for being there through thick and thin. It is truly our pleasure. Again, they're going to get healthy. They're going to heal up. These guys are going to be back. They're going to field. What happened to the Knicks this year was like you could root for a team for 50 years and not see injury luck this bad. They will be better next year. They will be back healthy. Thank you, Lulian. Ah, man. Come on. What the fuck are you doing, dude? I'm not even going to read this chat before I say something about Robert Cross. So Robert W. Cross, look, he started making a name for himself last year with hashtag 53 wins. And wouldn't you know it, came to fruition. I got to know Robert offline. And I just want to say for anybody who maybe wants to know a little bit more about Robert Cross, Robert Cross is one of the kindest human beings you ever want to meet. And yet, all I do is give him shit on here. All I do is give him shit on here. Despite that generous spirit and obviously the generosity he shows in many other ways. And the reason why I give him shit all the time, and the reason why he always pushes me back and we go back and forth is I am always so practical. And I think that's a function of maybe the fact that I do this and I have to stay grounded to a certain extent. And I feel like I can't get ahead of myself and I can't let myself go in terms of what could be possible and like what the expectations are. Because if the expectations are too high for me, it's like, it's a self-defense mechanism. I gotta I'm always expecting the worst because then if the worst happens, it's like, all right, I was expecting it, so it's not too bad. And here's Robert out here, is 51 years old, and he's a dreamer. And he believes in the best of these guys to a man. And that's the sort of fan you're supposed to be. For me, I wish I had more Robert Cross in me, you know? And so, Robert, you're, I mean this when I say you're an inspiration to me. So now let me read your super chat. You crazy old man. Not the result we need today, but the team we want for tomorrow. I might have to steal that line. Much appreciation for Tibbs and our team culture. JB is a superstar. He will lead us to the chip. Thanks to KFS for making a great season more special. Much love to the legend of GMAC, and it's your boy John. Thank you, Robert. Not the result we need today, but the team we want for tomorrow. I think I would go the other. Can I switch it up? Then I could steal it, and it won't be as bad. So my version is gonna go, not the result we wanted, but it is the team we need. Okay, now I can steal it. I'm not gonna give you any credit, Robert. Oh man. Okay.
Just add my 2 cents, Robert. I echo everything John has said, and we love you and appreciate you, and we hope you're doing well, my friend. I genuinely hope you enjoyed this season. It seems like you did, and I guess save the party bus fund for next year or the future, whenever it happens.
Yeah. Mecky! Goodness gracious, what are we doing here, folks? Mecky J-Die. What's going on, Mecky? Man, oh man. And you were there the whole time in the freaking watch along. Thank you. Thanks for a great season. Pour one out to that. Loved this team. Fought with their hearts. Not ready to talk about next season yet. Let's relish in this team's heart. You know, Mecky, I'm right there with you. Look, a team gets eliminated, and generally the rumors are going to start right away. I mean, it depends on the situation. I mean, like the stuff that was coming out of Cleveland after, like, within the hour, the body wasn't cold yet. I don't quite expect that level of for the Knicks. I do think I would not be surprised if the offseason rumor mill started churning on the earlier side rather than the later side. And they have some business to tend to before that, obviously. Thibodeau's extension, OG Anunoby's new contract, Isaiah Hartenstein's new contract, and like you'll probably hear some rumors about that stuff, I would guess. Maybe not. But I can't turn the page yet. When, like, I said it after Game 6 of the Philly series, where I guess it was after Game 5. I said this after Game 6, but I'm saying it about something I thought and felt after Game 5, where I was like, oh my God, if they lose 2 more games, then that's it. The season's over. And it hit me, and I'm like, oh, I'm not prepared for that yet. And I think the tough part about this series is, and I'm just going to be honest, with Philly, and I said this, I vocalized this. It took me until, honestly, the end of that series to fully believe that we were a better team than the Sixers. Because my brain is hardwired in a certain way, and I think about NBA teams in terms of, okay, who's your best player? Okay, great. Show me who your second best player is. And I just looked at those two guys, and I looked at the ceiling of Joel Embiid, dude who's won an MVP, and Tyrese Maxey is a number 2, and I'm like, man, we're not supposed to beat this team. That team is a better team. So I had a built-in level of fear throughout that series as to, like, man, I don't want it to be over. Man, I don't want it to be over. Man, I don't want it to be over. And it's my own fault. I've no one to blame but myself. I never got to that point in this series where I was starting to think about the season being over after this series. And if there's a Pacer fan listening or watching, they're going to be like, well, F you for good. You got what you deserved. You discounted us. You diminished what we were capable of. And that's fair if you want to go that route. But I guess I had a tough time internalizing, like really, truly internalizing the circumstances at play. again, we've been talking about it. So it's not like I wasn't aware of all the injuries and the repercussions that those injuries have. Again, in my head, I got it. Like, oh, okay, they don't have enough guys. Like, they could run out of gas. I said all the things. I made all the points. In my heart, did I believe that we were ever going to lose the series? I did not. So for that reason, I'm like, I feel like I'm someone that is like, like someone doesn't quite take in like someone dying like the day of. It takes a few days. I'm at the point where I'm like, I have not yet internalized the fact that this is over and it ended in the way that it did. So yeah, long story short, I'm not ready to talk about next season either. Thanks, Mecky. Appreciate the generosity, man. That's over and above. Christian Finnegan, what's going on, Christian? Great to see you, man. God, I loved this team. Yeah. Go up and down the roster, and there's not one player who left a bad taste in my mouth. Not sure that's ever happened before. Fucking heroes. You know what? You just gave me a silver lining. You know, they would have had one guy on the roster. Who, if it hadn't been for what happened over the last week, we would have had one guy on the roster where we would have looked at him and we said he would have left a sour taste in our mouth. But Alec Burks was their best freaking player, or their second best player over the last week, you know? And man alive, didn't see that one coming, man. Did not see that one coming. But yeah, not a one. Not a one. The guys that went down hurt, Julius, Mitch, Bogey. Am I forgetting anybody? Julius, Mitch, OG. Nothing but positivity, man. And that, by the way, you could even take it a step further. If OG didn't try today, it would have been unfair. It would have been very unfair. And it would have been wrong. And yet, in my, again, to quote Colonel Jessup, in the places you don't talk about at parties, I would have been like, man, couldn't give it a go. And inside, I would have questioned it. Inside, I would have questioned it. And now I don't have to. And I don't have to hate on Burks because he came through at the end. You got to love everybody on the team. Everybody. Thank you, Christian. And thank you to, apparently we still have Super Chats coming in. Thank you, everybody. I'm obviously staying here until I get to the very last one of these things. Kanye and Pepper, no words except thank you, KFS, hashtag heartbroken. It's an appropriate hashtag, Kanye. It's an appropriate hashtag, and you're welcome. JL, thank you for the contribution. Thanks for great work this year. I love this team, and I love KFS. We love you guys. We love this team. We love doing this for you guys and gals, everybody. Shout out to Foreplay. It's been an honor. And the fact that this team means so much to so many people, and that you have selected us to be at least partially your companion through that experience means all the world. Everything. Hayden Freed, what's going on, Hayden? Thank you, KFS. This is a forever community. No win or loss could change how this year made us feel. We will be back again, hungrier than ever. Hashtag MVP 11. Yeah, I completely agree that nothing that happened today should change how any of us feel about this team and about what they've been able to accomplish. You know what? I know casual fans may react to today and how the series ended with, like, you know, all those people who went out and went in their depths of their closet and dug out their Knicks gear over the last like month or so or whatever. Like, those people are probably going to be like, yeah, same old Knicks. Yeah, to hell with them. The fact that real Knicks fans got to share this and we've kind of rekindled that joy that it is to be a Knicks fan and that pride that it is to be a Knicks fan. That's another part of this year that you're never going to get. Nobody will ever be able to take that away. Thank you, Hayden. Gio, what's going on, Gio? Thank you again. You've been generous all season long. Thank you for one more here. The year was a resounding success. Made it further versus last year, despite injuries. I had that thought. One extra game. Actually, well, 2 extra games. You consider that it took 6 to win in the first round. But made it an extra game. So, and just like last year, it's a team that you hate losing that freaking. We lost to the Heat and the Pacers 2 years in a row, of course. We'll get him back. JB grew into hold on, we'll go back. JB grew into a superstar, a team of dogs with a clear Tibbsian identity. OG Deuce, the Deuce contract, many assets, an excellent front office. Excited for the future. Love KFS. Well, yeah, no, the future is very bright. They have an identity. They have a culture. Nothing that happened today, and I'm really taking a lot of solace in all of the comments that I'm reading from the players after the game and at the podium and the whole thing. I don't think how this series ends, I don't think it shakes their culture one iota. And I don't think anybody is going to have any sort of questions about like, oh, it's a bad job by the Knicks. They couldn't pull it out. Everyone's going to look at this and be like, the Knicks ran out of bodies. And the Pacers came into Madison Square Garden and had the greatest shooting performance in playoff history. That's it. Thank you, Gio. Cab Ian, Hoosiers is a shitty movie. Thank you, Knicks. Thank you, KFS. I only saw it once. I only watched it once. It was enough for me. I wanted to see it. That's good. I'm good. Kevin Wilson, what's going on, Kev? Appreciated having you in the watch along today. Disappointed but proud of this team for a good season and happy to get to spend it with KFS. Looking forward to the future with this team. We're looking forward to the future too. We're happy that you're happy that you got to spend some time with us this year. A lot of good things. A lot of good things and a lot of good memories, even if the last one wasn't what you want. Thanks, Kev. Jason M. What's going on, Jason? This was an amazing season. Jason, I got to tell you another one. You want to talk about someone that's been here for a while. Jason always keeps me in check. He always has good takes that challenge the way that I think about this team and this sport. So I appreciate you for that. KFS made it very special. This is only the beginning. The next 4 years will be crazy. We are in for a ride. Let's go, Knicks. I think they have a nice runway. You look at the ages of the players on this team. You look at the front office. Everything that you could possibly want to be set up for the future. And yeah. I mean, they're really well set up. So, you're not going to win a championship every one of those years. So there's going to be more heartbreak to come. Certainly. That's why we do this, to get an opportunity to have your heart broken. That's the sad part of sports. But I think the runway is long. Anthony Sixto, thank you, man. Appreciate this so much. Goal this year was to take a step forward and build up. Everything going against them, they did that with a 2 spot. Salute DiVincenzo, Burks, Deuce for showing no quit. OG Hart for a gutty performance. Salute to KFS for being a big part of fandom. Absolutely, man. This was a step up in weight class for the organization. We haven't talked really big picture that much. Coming into this year, the Knicks were decidedly in also ran a team that, you had your people who picked the East and who slotted the East were like, okay, great. We're going to get your top 3. You're going to get your Boston, your Milwaukee, and your Philly in some order. And then after that, in your 4, 5, 6, you're going to get, your Cleveland, your New York, your Miami, maybe an Indiana or an Orlando or an Atlanta. Atlanta was a big popular preseason pick, could jump up in there. And people were like, I don't know. The Knicks probably going to be in that 4 to 6 range, but who knows? Maybe they fall a little bit lower. Maybe they wind up in the play-in. Like, that wasn't out of the question. for them to end up in the 2 seed and the way they did it and how they did it behind Jalen Brunson and having Jalen Brunson have a bigger season than any of us could have anticipated. And and DiVincenzo taking a step up in weight class, and Hartenstein taking a step up in weight class, and Deuce taking a step up in weight class, and all of these guys. And then getting Anunoby. It really did change the perception of the team around the league, and I think the NBA is going to be expecting an interesting summer from the Knicks, and then a big year next year. Hush Zoo, what's going on, Hush? What a season. I could go on how the game went, but it's done. I expect a big offseason. If not, I'm fine running it back with the same squad. Let's go Knicks. Again, I will say very, very few things do I say matter-of-factly. I will say this. If they run back the exact same squad, and I think there's almost virtually no chance of that happening because I think at the very least they will flip the Bogdanovich contract into something else. But if they more or less run it back with the same squad, it will not be for lack of trying to upgrade. This team, this front office will continue to look at every opportunity. Thanks, Hush. Jeremy Chase, what's going on, Jeremy? Great year, and so excited for what is to come. Thanks, KFS, for all the wonderful content. A healthy Knicks wipes this floor with these clowns. Let's freaking go, Knicks. A healthy Knicks, do they wipe the floor with the Pacers? I mean, fully healthy? You can talk me into it. But, like, look, game 1, you got kind of lucky to win game 1. Game 2, super close. Game 3, you had it, and you couldn't pull it out. And game 4, game 6, and game 7, you got shellacked. And that's the reality of the series. You got shellacked in 3 of the last 4 games. Again, 3 of the last 4 games. Not 3 of the first 4, not any 3, like 3 of the last 4. And that's notable. So I think if they win the series, I think they win the series in 5 if they win game 3. They didn't win game 3, it happens. So there you go. Thanks, Jeremy. Ghost Dog LT. Feels like we were like Icarus and we flew too close to the sun. That's the analogy. Yeah. It's tough. The basketball gods threw everything they had at this team and they couldn't stop. Great season. Thanks for everything, Knicks Film School. Looking forward. That's a great call by you, man. We were flying high for a lot of this season. Thought it was a team of destiny. And it felt like it almost was. I have a feeling I'm not going to soon forget game 3, how that game ended. What can you do? Thanks, Ghost Dog. Wilton Moran, what's going on, Wilton? Again, you guys are just like over the top here. Thank you so much. Truly, thank you so much. Great season. Love my team and my coach. Giddy up. How you doing? We have a competent front office and assets. It's time to get to work. They outplayed us today. It seemed like they got whatever they wanted inside the arc. Go Knicks Film School. They did. They got more than whatever they. But here's the thing, right? What they wanted was any open shot. It didn't matter if it was a quote unquote tough shot. They were playing for those shots. They got those shots, and they made those shots. I'm pulling up right now actually on ESPN, like the Gamecast, which shows you the shot chart. Yeah, man, like the number of mid-rangers that the Pacers took and made, like utterly absurd, to say nothing of the fact that like you don't usually expect a team to shoot over 50% from 3. Now, granted, in the modern league, over 50% from 3 is not what it used to be, and they only took 24 of them. So like 13 for 24 from three. That's actually not crazy. The Knicks actually hit the same amount of threes as the Pacers did. They hit 13 threes. Difference is they had 35 shots. I mean, the Pacers were 40 of 55 from 2-point range. Like you said, man, they got where they needed to get to. And credit to them for that. Thank you, Wilton. Josh Levin, what's going on, Josh? Thanks for everything this season. This team was special, but it wouldn't have been this special without KFS. You guys make Knicks basketball mean more. Ah, man. But that's because it means a lot to us. And I go back and forth sometimes with this, like, is it healthy to have sports mean this much? Probably not, frankly. But it does. So I get, like, why fight it? And part of that is just, going back a long way with this team. Part of that is this community. There's a lot of reasons for it. But we take it very seriously because, and you know what? I'll say, this team made it very easy for us to take it so seriously, because when there have been years where it's like, maybe not recently, but when we started out, where it definitely felt like, well, it seems like I care more than some of the players do, and I'm taking this more seriously than like the people running the team. You don't have to worry about that now, so that's a nice thing. Thanks, Josh. Eyal Oran Bausch. I hope I always pronounce your name correctly, Eyal. Can't complain about anything the Knicks did. It was worth decades of bad just to see how it evolved. It's been inspiring. Inspiring is a good word for it. I do think this was worth the wait, and part of the reason why I think it was worth the wait is the best is yet to come. 100%. Thank you, Eyal. Chewing on. My man. This would have never happened if we had a 1A like DeRozan. That's an inside joke for the Substack chat. Salute to you, KFS, the Substack, and everyone here. This is the start of our run. I trust the core of Tibbs and the Nova boys. We're here to stay. #fire Tibbs. I was waiting for someone who I recognize the name to give this shout out, but in terms of how this season has been special to me personally, the Substack chat, for everybody who is a full newsletter subscriber, seeing the back and forth every day on there between it's an eclectic bunch. It is at once a reminder of how much people care about this team, but it is also a reminder to, like, this is still for fun, and it is still because people are just very silly in there. And it's like, it's a fun thing. This is a fun thing at the end of the day. And people have a lot of fun in there, and it always helped me get a laugh when I needed one. And it's just like that Substack chat is like they're on my level. It's like my type of fan. So it was great to have that community develop, honestly, organically, So you love to see that. And we'll keep the combo going throughout the summer. Hayden Freed with another one. It's his job, but the series sours my taste of Breen. No, you can't do that. Come on. You can't come at the GOAT. No. Listen, Breen is doing his job. And if another team plays really well and another team comes through in a big moment, then Breen has to capture that. So Zach Horowitz, what a year. Gave us all they had. League on notice next year. Thanks for all you guys do. Been a pleasure rolling with you from the dark ages to now. And boy, oh boy, have you been there from the dark ages. And the dark ages weren't that long ago. That's the thing. The dark ages weren't that long ago. I mean, even the season before last season, 21-22. It was a rough year. And that brought back a lot of bad memories. That was not a fun year. And the conversation around this team at the end of that year versus the conversation around this team at the end of this year, night and day. So it could come at you quick. Thanks, Zach. Appreciate you as always, and staying true to the brand, as it were. Next up, Kevin Zwicker. What's going on, Kevin? This will be the ultimate what if season. Oh man. That's tough for me, Kevin. I'm still more of the mindset that like this was found money. That this team was always looking for its genuine wide open window to open for next year. And I have so much respect for look, Boston's fallible. They could lose to Indiana. It would not, I mean, as much as I would like Boston to kill them in 4 games, they could lose to Indiana. Like, they're a funky team. They're a funky team that inspires much consternation amongst its fans and around the league. And then out west, like, especially if Denver loses tonight, now, granted, if they lose, they'll lose to Minnesota, which means Minnesota kind of puts the league on notice. You're never guaranteed tomorrow. So I hear what you're saying. You're never guaranteed tomorrow. And this team, when fully healthy, we saw what it could do. I don't know if I'm gonna. And you know what? At the end of the day, here's what I'll say. I'm not gonna look at it as the ultimate what if season because it's not 1 injury, it's not 2 injuries, it's not 3 injuries. It's everybody. So it's not like we got to this point and like they lost someone and that made the difference. No, they've been dropping like flies. Thanks, Kev. Jessica, another one of the diehards. There's no better fan of Knicks Film School, I can tell you that, than Jessica. The team exceeded all expectations. So proud. Run it back next year with Randall and OG. They will be unstoppable. Keep Hartenstein, Deuce. Keep it Hartenstein. Deuce will keep getting better. Thank you, John, and the KFS crowd for all you do. You are very welcome. I just read some words that Reggie Miller said. Reggie Miller can go squarely fuck himself. Hate that guy so much. Yeah, they need to get healthy. They will run it back next year largely. If I was a betting man, I would bet on right now. If I was a betting man, I would bet, well, easy bets, easy. Brunson, DiVincenzo, Hart. Those 3 will be back 100%. Anunoby, I'm actually going to put it like maybe like 99%. Like, there's no way that they let Anunoby go. And then from there, Hartenstein, Mitch, Randall, Deuce. Like, do you need Deuce to like facilitate a trade? Like, I don't think they want to give up Deuce. I think they love Deuce. But after that, it gets a little dicier. But I think the core, like and again with Randall, to be perfectly clear, if it's not Randall, it's going to be someone that is unequivocally better than Randall, which there are not many of those guys out there. So I kind of expect at this point, I certainly expect Randall to be back, but we'll see. Thank you, Jessica. AK Legend, what's going on, AK? Thank you for the generosity. First off, hearts go out to our MVP. Hope he's okay. Seems like he is, but we'll see. Second, tip my hat off to this team. As we said all season, they deserve nothing but our love and praise for such an amazing run. Thank you, KFS, and thank you, Knicks. I love that this is where the sentiments are. Like, when you think about how many amazing memories this team gave us, how many massive wins they've had over the course of the season, and maybe we'll take a little bit of time to relive some of those through this post game. But yeah, man, it's a special team and it's a special year for sure. Thank you so much, AK Legend. Appreciate you, man. TJ2K, what's going on, TJ2K? The tide has receded. The tsunami is coming. Let's go, Knicks. Yeah, we hope so. I mean, we hope so. I think so. I think they're going to be locked and loaded for next year. I think they're going to be locked and loaded for next year. That's it. That's all there is to it. AL with another one for KFS. Thanks for great content from everyone. Looking forward to much more during the offseason and going into next year. AL, I can promise you this. You're going to get a lot of content this offseason. So what is it now? I don't even know what the hell day it is. It's May 19th. Okay. That checks out. And that's nice. Rick Carlisle says there's no better coach in the league than Tom Thibodeau. I mean, whatever. Nice of him to say. It's May 19th. We got a little ways to go before the start of free agency. We will put an appropriate cap on this season for sure. I am sure Jeremy is going to be in his bag, going through some off-season possibilities. We will still have our weekly shows at the very least. We will certainly have other pods periodically. I'm going to record. I think the plan is for me to record with Jeremy tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken. So that pod will drop and be your way. Going to take a little bit of time to breathe before we get full into the off-season content. And then we'll be here obviously for all draft. I know, the Knicks have a couple picks as of right now, 3 picks actually as of right now. We'll be here for the draft, we'll be here for free agency. And then come the second week of July, I'm gonna take a little time and take a real breather. Probably the longest breather that I've had in a while. But it'll only be for 3 weeks or so, and then before you know it, we'll be doing some fun off-season stuff in August and in September, and then it'll be October before you know it. But one step at a time. Thank you, AL. Ernst, what's going on, Ernst? Is it safe to say the Knicks championship window is now open? I love my team. Yeah, man. Yeah, absolutely. 100%. It's open and they know it. That's the thing. For as much as this team proved a lot to a lot of people outside the organization, for as much as this team proved a lot to us, I think this team, what they did this year, shows the front office that all right, we got a group worth going all in on. Now let's go all in and let's see what that looks like, and let's figure out the best way to do that. Thank you, Ernst. Jonathan Harpula, what's going on, Jonathan? Thank you for what you do. I've not loved the team this much in so long. The 99 Jets, Andrew? I'm going to let Andrew come up here and answer that. You, Andrew Cohen, the casuals, top-notch effing material all around. We really pride ourselves, and this is much more Andrew than me. Nothing goes out on this channel that we do not think is something that all of us would want to listen to. And I also am kind of proud of the fact that we have now different, if everybody brings something to the table, something different. I'm very different in how I go about when I'm in front of the mic than Andrew versus Benji versus DJ versus all of the casuals who each in and of themselves are so different. It's so funny. The way that XJ looks at the sport is so different from how Mensa looks at the sport. So different from how Sean looks at the sport. And we got Chris and it's just, it's a great team we got, and credit to Andrew Claudio for that.
Well, I'd be remiss if I didn't. First of all, the one name you didn't mention, I'm assuming it was just from it slipped your mind. You didn't say Benji, and I think he's.
I said Benji.
One, did you? I think
I didn't say Jeremy. Benji. Actually,
that's the one you didn't miss.
Talk about me. Okay, talk about two people who were very different. Me and Jeremy.
Yes. Thank you, Jonathan, both Macri and Harpula. This is not the 99 Jets, unfortunately. This would have been if Testaverde and Keyshawn and Wayne Corbett all got hurt in week 4, and they still went 12-4 and got the 2 seed. And then, with their third backup quarterback, they fell short against in the conference championship game.
Ray Lucas,
not the Super Bowl. Ray Lucas was the. Well, I guess that's what he's saying. The 99 Jets. So that's the Ray Lucas. Okay, now I'm catching.
Is that the 90? Is that?
I thought the 98 Jets is the team that lost.
I think,
and then Testaverde went down week 2.
I thought he was referring. I thought he was referring to the year they lost to the Broncos in the
Broncos.
Game,
no, so now that I'm talking it through, he's saying 99 Jets. That team went 8-8 and had a punter playing quarterback for 7 weeks. Yeah. So I can't.
That was
I can't even play
last year, right?
Yes, and then he eventually went to Dallas.
Yeah, that's right. I remember that team.
This is a one of a kind team. Is where I go to with this. This is a one of a kind year, and it's. I thought you highlighting what Robert said was kind of perfect. This is not the result we wanted, but this is the team we need.
Yeah,
and I'm excited for it.
100%. Thanks, Jonathan. Kevin Danishevsky, talk about a ride or die. Heck of a year, exciting times ahead, an important decision to be made. But no matter what, thankful we got this special unit. Get well, JB, superstar year. I don't know what important decision Kevin is referring to. Kevin is often playing 4D chess with himself, and everybody else is left in the dust. I actually don't think, like, in terms of the things that are immediately on the table, like, do you give Hartenstein as much money as you could give him? Yes. Do you give OG Anunoby like pretty much whatever you need to keep him? Yes. And then it's about getting your list of guys who you're like, all right, if this player becomes available, we will do this much to get him. And the nice thing about having the year that you've had is I think it's a short list. I think it's a real short list of guys that you're like, we will upend the apple cart for this player. And we'll see if any of those players shake loose this summer.
Also, Kevin, just want to add, your birthday was Thursday, and we didn't appropriately get to wish you a happy birthday because the Knicks lost both games that they played since.
Happy birthday, Kev.
Happy birthday, Kevin. Much love from all of us here at KFS.
Oh, man. Okay. King Bernard 30. KFS makes being a Knicks fan even more special. These are the comments that are just like I can't. Thank you. Been awesome seeing its success over the years. Thank you, John, and all parts of the KFS team. Let's go Knicks. # This is not the end. No, it's the beginning. It's the beginning. It's absolutely the beginning. This is the year where they put together the core of the team that will exist now for years to come. Last year we got 3 years ago we got Randall. Last year we got Brunson. Added obviously Hartenstein. Added Hart. Like I think we will look back on this year as like, again, we're gonna look. I keep saying we'll look back on this year as this and that. And the other thing, they added OG Anunoby this year. They added DiVincenzo this year, and you could even say maybe this is the year that like Deuce emerged. Big pieces. So, yeah. Brando, what's going on, Brando? Don't cry because it's over. Smile because it happened. Incredibly proud of this team. Will always have a special place in my heart and Knicks history. Yeah, no. Can I cry a little bit because it happened? Like cry tears of joy. I don't know. This team feels like it warrants that. It feels like it warrants. It feels like it warrants that. Thanks, Brando. David Futternick, you're the best. Michael Aaron, what's going on? Another OG. I will never forget this team ever, and I can't wait to see them healthy next year. Thank you, KFS, for enriching my fandom year after year. You make everything about being a Knicks fan better. Well, I don't feel that way a lot of the time. I feel like I let my emotions get the best of me in a negative way, and I take this stuff very personally in some ways. I try not to. I take it very seriously. And we all want to do our best. We all take it seriously. That's why it does get a little, I have my moments, me more than most. I appreciate you sticking with us and me. And as far as you can't wait to see the team healthy next year, I just want to see like them with enough bodies that they don't run out of gas. That's even more like imagine if we had Julius, imagine if we had Mitch, imagine if we had Boyan. Like, yeah, I'd like to see the team with all those guys. Don't get me wrong. I wanted to. You could have given me like not even those guys, but just to the point that the guys that we had could have still had something left in the tank. And they yeah, it did. Ryan Shepard, what's going on, Ryan? Thank you for the generous contribution. My goodness gracious. Shout out to everyone at KFS for the elite coverage all year. Made the highs higher and kept the lows in perspective. What a year. What a team. I promise you guys, Ryan, everybody, I'm taking each one of these in. We're all taking each one of these in. The whole team is taking each one, like the Knicks Film School team is taking each one of these in. I said I ran out of words to describe this team. I've run out of words to try to put into perspective the generosity and what it means to all of us, and me in particular, who gets to do my dream job. Like, I talk about this season, like we were waiting to get pinched and wake up. Like, I'm waiting in my just daily life to get pinched and wake up. So to have people saying thank you very much, Ryan, appreciate it. AL with another one. Thank you, man. Worse than watching this end is the fact that I'll need to tell my son about it tomorrow morning. It's after 1 a.m. in Israel. Oh, no. You're going to have to tell. Like, I don't know how old he is. Was he cognizant of the fact that, like, Knicks basketball could have been over today? The hell am I going to do with myself? I got to take up a hobby. A couple books I'd like to finish. I'll say that. All right. Thanks, AL. Justin Dowell. I hope I pronounced that correctly. Justin, I grew up in Buffalo and never had that sense of community with our beloved Knicks. Man, in Buffalo? Really? I'm surprised. I would have thought there was, some more. Like I had with the Bills and Sabres. Yeah, I guess. I mean, it's not New York City, so I hear you. But, like, who else are they rooting for? They're rooting for the Raptors? Or maybe, I don't know how old you are. Maybe the Raptors weren't even around then. But, like, what other basketball team is nearby? Maybe they just weren't, into basketball. Well, either way. Until I found Knicks Film School 2.5 years ago. If you found us 2.5 years ago, you came in what? Probably during the Kemba season? Man, if you came in during that season and you stuck with us, those are some ugly times, my friend. Those are some ugly times. Oh, man, I have some post games during that year that I'd like to have back. Holy shit. Thank you for everything that you do. What a year. One last time, this fucking team. Yeah. Doesn't matter where you are. It doesn't matter if you're in Buffalo. Doesn't matter if you're in Lincoln, Nebraska. Doesn't matter if you're in Los Angeles. Doesn't matter if you're in Timbuktu. Doesn't matter if you're in Israel, Australia, Kenya, England, Japan, wherever you are. We're all together in this. We're all connected. We're all New Yorkers at heart if we root for this team. And they made us, all of us, very proud this year to be Knicks fans. Okay. Thank you, John and KFS. This is from Vince N. Sorry, this is from Vince. Thank you, John and KFS team, for an unbelievable season. This team will long be remembered. Tip the cap to the Pacers, who played a near perfect Game 7. We have so much to look forward to with this team, this effing team. Yes. Fucking Pacers, man. I hate that we lost to the goddamn Pacers. I hate this. I hate that team so much. I hate Tyrese Halliburton. I don't like Miles Turner. Oh, I hate that fucking team. I'm really not happy the Pacers won today. I'm really upset that Knicks lost. Really not happy the Pacers won. I'm sure they're loving it, though. Thank you, Vince. Sam Garcia, what's going on, Sam? It didn't end the way we wanted to, but thank you, KFS, for all the great content this season. So proud of how hard they fought. Looking forward to what should be a fun and interesting offseason. Sam, you and your whole clan, you and your dad, obviously, predominantly, have been a big part of the post-game experience now for a couple of years. It's been fun having you aboard. Andrew said he got to meet you the other night, which I'm sure was cool. And, yeah, man, best is yet to come. Special season. And good to be proud of how they fought. Thanks, Sam. Jesus, Christmas. Oh, God. All right. N Dennis 133. I'm pretty sure this is Noah Dennis, I think. Thanks to the entire Knicks Film School family for making this one of the best communal experiences watching Knicks basketball. Look forward to what you and the Knicks themselves bring next season. Noah, man, I'm pretty sure this is the most generous super chat that we've ever gotten in all the years we've been doing this. You could have gone out with a friend for a freaking steak dinner. God damn it, man. Seriously. I mean, thank you. Thank you for being thankful and being a part of this community. I don't know how to say this in any other way other than to say thank you, and that it is utterly astonishing to me that there are people out there on a day that the Knicks season ended, no less. They didn't even win today. Oh, man. No, I just thank you. And to your point, if Knicks Film School is community, it is not a content creation machine. It is a community. Our pods are interactive experiences, as far as I'm concerned, with our listeners. It is not something that we produce and then blindly put out. Where we may be the ones in front of the mic, but like everything that we do, to me at least, is in conversation with everything else that is going on and with all of the fans of this team. And that is because we are not, nor do any of us pretend to be, members of the media. I always felt a little uncomfortable that one year that I did cover the team in person because, like, yeah, I had the media badge and got to, like, I was quote unquote a member of the press for those games, but like, I was a fan, man. Never stopped being a fan. And I'm just much more comfortable in this role here because, like everybody else at Knicks Film School, our analysis is born out of passion. This community wouldn't exist if we were a bunch of like credentialed members of the media and we like tried to get on here and talk about this team and analyze this team. It wouldn't be the same. It wouldn't be the same. So we're gonna keep trying to improve. We're gonna try to keep getting. I say this purposefully. Bigger and better. Like if the better doesn't come with the bigger, then we won't get bigger. If we could do bigger and better, then that's where we'll go. Thank you so much, Noah. I wish I had more for you, man. Thank you. Mango Man, what's going on, Mango Man? This hurts, but super proud of this team and KFS. Thank you all much. Knicks fan, or thank you all. Much love from a Knicks fan. I know it's F Indy, but give them credit. They're about to be swept away. I don't know, man. If I was a betting man, I would probably take the Celtics in. I mean, the Porzingis loss could be meaningful. At this point, if you're Boston, you almost like You don't sign for 1-1, but like, wouldn't be shocked if it's 1-1 after 2. And then you go in. I mean, let's say this wouldn't shock me in the least if it's 2-2 after 4 games. And then from there, you got a big game 5 at home. And, it's like, I think this could be a series. I think Halliburton's legit. I think, Siakam's legit. Now, all that being said, I think are the Celtics from a defensive standpoint better equipped to handle the Pacers than the version of the Knicks team that was left to try to handle the Pacers by game 3 of the series? Abso-freaking-lutely. And the fact that Boston is going to be able to switch like they do on this Pacer team, this Pacer team is not someone that is typically going to kill you on the boards. Granted, they rebounded very well in the series. That could play a role against Boston 100%. But defensively, I do not think the Pacers are going to be able to get going like they are accustomed to get to going against Boston. And then it just comes down to Boston not getting in their own way on offense and taking advantage of a Pacer team that, again, they have seams. They have holes. They have places that you could attack. The Knicks did a great job for portions of the series attacking those holes and seams. But when Brunson's not Brunson, it was too much to overcome. The Celtics may not have anyone that can reach the heights that Brunson has reached in this postseason. Tatum obviously comes very close, but they got a bunch of guys that they could attack with. And you know what? Maybe you're right. Maybe they will get swept. We'll see. I don't know. I'd probably pick Celtics in 5 or 6. Thanks, Mango Man. Rich Conforti, what's going on, Rich? I know you're disappointed today. Thanks for being our voice for a special season, John. KFS team, it was special. It was very special. Thank you. As always, appreciate our back and forth, man. Jessica with another one. Love to John, the newsletter crew, the Discord regulars, Benji, DJ, XJ, Sean, Mensa, the entire KFS crew. Huge shout out to Andrew Claudio for being absolutely one of the best producers in the biz, period.
Thank you, Jessica. Shalom. And did you say biz on purpose because of the wars I had with Busy in the Discord? If not, well done. And if so, well done. Yeah, love our team, love this team, and love the people that are in our community, like yourself, Jessica. Thank you.
And for anybody who doesn't know, like, Jess is a recent Knicks fan. She just something about the team she latched on to, and like, she's been as diehard as anyone, even though her roots do not run back that far. And I think a big part of that, I hope you don't mind if I speak for you, Jess, is because of the community. So it means a little extra whenever you give me a shout out. I'll say that. Michael Chicharron. I hope I pronounced that correctly, Michael. Thanks, KFS. It's been a fun ride. So much heart and grit on this team. Special group. It's been a fun ride. I hate that we're talking about it in the past tense already. Thank you, Michael. Freddie, what's going on, Freddie? Thank you for the generosity, man. Great season. Couldn't be prouder. I'm hopeful this next season is the Nugget season of Murray's torn ACL, where they had to get through before winning it all. OAN. What does OAN stand for, Andrew? You think we try to keep Burks?
Once a Nick.
Oh, once a Nick. Thanks, KFS, for the coverage this year.
I'm wrong. It's one other thing. On another note. That's what it is. Okay.
Is Alec Burks willing to sign for the veterans minimum? So the tough part, and I don't want to get into full offseason mode here, but the Knicks are in a position now where the hard cap is going to become relevant. Oh, my youngest daughter just walked in the room. The hard cap is going to become relevant. If you sign someone to, like, they'll have access to, we'll see what happens when the new league year starts. It's going to be either the full non-tax player or the full non-tax player or the taxpayer mid-level exception. But again, you use any exception. Use the biannual exception, which is probably more in line with where Burke should be right now. I need to text my wife to come get our youngest daughter. Izzy, you gotta be quiet, hon. She's bouncing up and down on a ball, which is adorable, I must say, but not convenient for the moment.
Do you need help?
What?
Do you need a hand from
text
whatever I can do?
Text my wife and tell her to come down and get Isabel. Yeah, he's probably like a biannual / taxpayer mid-level for like 1 year sort of player at this point. Like he can still help a team, but realistically, what is Alec Burks right now? Alec Burks is on a good team. He's probably a ninth or 10th man. Like on a really good team, I think Alec Burks should take the veterans minimum. And you know what? They should bring him back if he's willing to take the veterans minimum. So yeah, maybe they will. He's a great depth piece. Thank you so much, Freddie. Bye, Izzy. I love you. Jibo, beyond proud of this team. Thank you, Jibo. Yes, we all are. Hayden Freed, not a Tibbs criticism, but was Precious better than Jericho Sims today. Achua is the one, like a few guys had bad games today. I think because Precious is the one guy who had a bad game who hasn't given everything and then some more and then some more and then some more on top of that. You would have liked to see a little bit more, especially there were some defensive possessions where it was like, man, you have more in you than that.
Yes, Hayden, I get the spirit of the question. Like, could they have gone to Jericho Sims? And no, it's not a Tibbs criticism. Of course, it's not. The only note I'll give about Precious that I've noticed, just from whatever my analysis is worth, Precious looks his best when he has Anunoby on the floor with him, because then he doesn't have to, like, he's a switchable big. So then that way, if you had him and Anunoby going back and forth, it's different. When he has to fully lock down a guy at the point of attack, and
it's not his game.
It's just not his game. It's part of the reason why he's a backup. It's why he's a depth piece. So I would give Precious Achiuwa just a bit of a mulligan on any poor play he thought he played. And also Jericho Sims looked like the lights were right in game 4.
No, look, Sims is a guy who you want as a third big who's going to be able to play rotation minutes for you for 20 or 30 games throughout a season. You do not want him as anything more than that. And so I'm happy personally that they didn't go to Sims today, as bad as Precious was. That's just me. Matthew Weinstein. What's going on, Matthew? Born in 93. Okay, I got you by a couple of years. Don't really remember the 90s. This is by far my favorite team of my lifetime. I couldn't be prouder of them with what they fought through. Hats off to them and you guys for all that you do. Man, they were, I'm just going to go back to it because we could start getting into, a little bit of the memories and whatnot. On January 27th, at the time that they beat Miami, this team was 29-17. So they were a dozen games over 500 at that time. After January 27th, they were a dozen games over 500. By the end of the season, they were 18 games over 500. So that means amidst all of the injuries and all of the up and down, they picked up 6 additional games on a 500 record. Now, OG Anunoby was around for a lot of those games. They also finished, what did they finish this postseason? They were 7-6 ultimately, and so they actually finished above 500 in the postseason, which is kind of painful, but it is what it is. Yeah, man, absolutely special. Like we've been saying, special group. I'm actually looking it up right now. So with Anunoby, they had Anunoby for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 games in the regular season. After January 27th, they went 8-1 in those games. So 8-1.
What are you calculating?
They had 9 games. After January 27th, Anunoby played 9 games.
Yes.
They were 8-1 in those games. Okay. So
I'm caught up. Are you adding today as part of the record?
no, I'm not adding the playoffs at all.
Oh, then what the record was with Anunoby?
No. So I'm not counting today, obviously, as a game with Anunoby, but so let's do this. So they were 29 and 17. Can we do some quick math there?
Yes.
Okay, 29 and 17 finished 50 and 29. Correct?
Yes.
50 and 32. That was not good math. So they went after January 27th. They went 31 and 14.
21. No. You're
What did I
right.
say?
31 and 15. 31 and 15.
31 and 15. If you take away the games that Anunoby played, amongst those, they were 13 and 14.
Yes.
Right? Because Anunoby, they were 8-1 with Anunoby.
Yes.
And then if you count the playoffs, they had with Anunoby. So I'm not going to count those games. They lost 4 and won 1. So final tally 14. I'm not counting today. 14 and 18 after January 27th without OG Anunoby. So from that perspective, probably should not be shocked that we finished the series losing 4 out of 5 for the Spacer team.
The day we had on Dr. Brian, and the first question as part of the intro that I gave you was like, do you think they can win the series without Anunoby? We both were like, I think so. But the anomaly of I don't even know if it's an anomaly. Maybe this is just how impactful he is to what this team is. I mean, look, I thought they could. I thought they could get 2 more wins, and he clearly means that much to what they do, So that's why why Esparahini was like, this is what he's gonna go to with his representatives into the Knicks negotiations, is like, this is what you are with me. This is what you are without me.
They got one huge one, and they should have gotten another one. Thank you, Matthew. Yeah, man. Harry Donert. Harry, you are famous for like contributing really generous super chats all throughout the year without even making a comment. This is above and beyond. Seriously, dude. Great season, sad ending. Thanks for all the amazing content this year. We'll be back. I wish I could do an Arnold Schwarzenegger voice, man. I'm not going to try to do one right now. I'll be back. That was a little bit cartoonish, but it's better than I could do. At least you tried it. Very sad ending. Very sad ending. Waking up tomorrow is not going to be. It's not going to be fun. Thanks, Harry.
Don't worry, John. We'll get you the chopper.
Ryan Eggers, what's going on? Cousin Ryan. Couldn't ask for anything more from these guys. Everyone who played this season will be remembered. Shout out to them, the fans, and Knicks Film School. Can't wait for off-season content. And next year, let's freaking go Knicks. Off-season content is on your way. I promise. This week we're going to do Jeremy. I would imagine we'll get Fred back on at some point in the not too distant future.
I haven't planned past tomorrow, so it's in the works. Don't worry. The content plan will be put in place. There will be some detoxing involved as well. Cause this is some Coke and some of the Maker's Mark that you gave us. Ryan, I say this partially because we're family, but also because I mean it. You're one of the people in my life that I cherish existing in my life. And
sweet.
The cool thing about Knicks Film School for me, a lot of people are saying like, oh, when I found you guys and when I found KFS and joined KFS, KFS taking off for me during that We Here season when I had come aboard the year before, and it was like my thing to do during the pandemic was work on this pod. And we obviously, suffered a ton during the pandemic, but we got closer, even more so as adults, and seeing you and Ashley really support in ways that a family should and in ways that a friend should are why I love you, cuz. And I just want to thank you for all the next morning texts when you're in part 4 of a podcast and there's this obscure joke or funny moment that happened and you're like, oh, I can't believe John said that. Oh, I can't believe you made that comment. And it's like,
I can't believe John said that either.
Well, I usually can't, but at a certain point you can. But because we love you, I love you, and you're coming up for Memorial Day too, so I can't wait to see you. So here's to you, cuz.
Great stuff. Thank you, Ryan.
And real quick, you got me to start drinking alcohol too, which is probably the biggest accomplishment of the playoffs, to be honest.
That's pretty big. Chris Carter, man, dude, thank you. His comment, thank you, KFS. You guys are incredible. Chris, man. Thank you. I wish I had something more to say. Thank you. Thank you.
Only thing I'll add, you're welcome, Chris. He said thank you. You're welcome. But thank you, sincerely. And it's always great seeing you at our watch parties too, Chris.
Yeah.
So thank you, and look forward to seeing more of that.
You guys, RJ Carbone. What's going on, RJ? I followed a few years now. I want to say thanks to John, Andrew, DJ, and all for providing some absolutely exceptional content. Remarkable what you guys do. It's remarkable only because of the community that we serve. It's the only thing because what we would not put forth the effort that we do, and we would not take it as seriously as we do if there was not a genuine demand for it. And the fact that it gets met with this level of generosity is never in my wildest dreams. Never in my wildest dreams. And I'm going to actually speak on behalf of my wife, who I think is watching in the other room. When she, my God, the things that she did when we had when Scarlett was young to give me time to go do this stuff. When it was costing us money, because it was I had to pay for whatever the storage was on that I was storing the pods on as everything, and obviously we weren't making anything. We didn't have advertising or anything like that. I didn't know what YouTube. I knew what YouTube was. I was doing these things on YouTube. Knicks Film School has helped change our lives, and it's because just the generosity of people just is absurd. So, thank you. Thank you. Alfie Greco. What's going on, Alfie? I can't really describe how disappointed I am. No, you by saying you can't describe it, you're describing it very well. I'm right there with you. I promise you. All I can say is I'm proud of the team. Thank you for everything you guys do. Hashtag Let's Go Knicks. Hashtag Let's Go KFS. Yeah. It's, I think honestly, if I'm keeping it a buck, it's the fucking Pacers. If it was, I don't want to say if it was any other team, that's going too far. But I just hate the Pacers. I fucking hate that team. And I hate Tyrese Haliburton. And he came in there and he was great. He was great. And his teammates were great. And we were decimated. But they were great. Thank you, Alfie. Stevens Guillaume, what's going on, Stevens? How are you, my friend? Thank you for another great season, KFS. You've been here for a while, man. 4 seasons rocking with you guys has been amazing. I know it. I remember when we got started doing this, the We Here season, we started going on YouTube. Your name was the one that was one that would consistently coming up, after games, and I always will appreciate that. This team gave us everything they had, plus more that we couldn't be more proud. Yeah. I'm really thankful for not only generosity, but I'm thankful that everybody on here is sharing the same kind of pride that I think is the only appropriate emotion that we should feel about this team. Thank you, Stevens. CC Kirby, what's going on, CC? Just wanted to say, as a longtime lurker of KFS, I love the lurkers. I greatly appreciate all of the KFS faculty for constantly being a masterclass in great, honest analysis that keeps me a loyal watcher. I thank all of you at KFS for being there, not only for the great wins, but also being my source of therapy after heartbreaking losses like this one. Let's get it next year. I wish I could do more for you today, CC. Mostly, I wish I could have made them healthier. But we always try to keep it honest. It's tough because as we grow, I'm not going to say that there's not a temptation, but like, especially as social media goes the way it does, and as content, like the content that generates like massive attention continues to deteriorate in the way that it does. Like I am fully cognizant of the fact that like what we do here, keeping it as, again, I'd like to say, a buck, and offering content that is contrary to what you say, may not always be great content. And God knows we may not always be right. We're just a bunch of Knicks fans some of us are smarter than others, with me on the bottom of the totem pole. But what we do, we put the effort in, we put the time in, but we don't pander, and we don't ever. Don't get me wrong. Like, Andrew is the best at this. We try to like generate views and downloads and all of that sort of thing, but we're only going to try to offer quality content that is hashtag meaningful and is worth someone's time. If it's not worth my time, I'm not going to expect it to be worth anyone else's time. And that's why, to me, like, the outpouring of support today and on days like this is a validation, to me at least, that what we are trying to offer is the right path. And like, are we all going to become millionaires off of this? No, we're not, which is fine. But we do work that we're proud of, and I feel like the community of fans that I want to be a part of, the fact that those are the people that are appreciating this, that's what brings it all together for me. So thank you, CC. I appreciate you saying that. Hush Zoo with another one. Got to get my saltiness out. Please do. Siakam will get paid $50+ million a year. Yeah, he's going to get max. I don't think much of this Pacers team. Pacers healthy is equal to the Knicks down 3 rotation players. The future is something I'd be worried about. I'd be excited if I was a Pacer fan. I'm not going to lie. I think they're really good. I don't know that they have. Look, again, let's see what happens against Boston. Like, you can only disparage a team's ceiling for so long before they like continue to outpace expectations to the point where it's like, whoa, like, what are they capable of? Do I think they're a piece away? Yeah. And like the Mathurin being injured stuff that came out was utter nonsense in the context of this series. It is not nonsense when it comes to, they do have an interesting young rotation player who should get better, and maybe as a trade chip, maybe as whatever he is, and they have a bunch of their picks, and like they have flexibility. Like, this is a team that I don't know what they're going to be able to get in terms of a final big piece, but they're going to be reckoned with. I don't know if they'll ever be a contender. They've never quite gotten over that hump. The Paul George team's never quite got over that hump. The Reggie team's never got quite over that hump. The team actually that came the closest was the Jermaine O'Neal team, and that was a different sport. And they ran into some issues. But yeah, we'll see. I don't think this is the last time we're going to face these guys in the playoffs. I'll say that. Charlie Boy Third, another generous comment, man. Thank you so much. Thank you, KFS, for a great season. I love this team. They made my 9 and 6 year old lifelong fans, and I will forever be grateful for that. Also, F the Pacers. I will never give them credit for anything. They are not better than us. No, they're not better than us. They're not better than us. And that's the part of it that's getting under my skin is all the Pacers going up there, with the exception of Rick Carlisle, who's being classy. And, and credit to Rick Carlisle. I'm going to say this. Credit to Rick Carlisle. He got out there and he did some things in front of a microphone that were absolutely abhorrent to all of us. And you know what? Might have helped his team win the goddamn series, because guess what? The whistle was not in Game 3. It was not fair and equitable in Game 3. And that arguably made the difference in Game 3. And Game 3 was the difference in the series. So kudos to you, Rick Carlisle. You helped your team win the freaking series. But he was classy today. For, I don't know, maybe they said things that were not tweeted out. I've only been looking at what shows up on my feed, so I may be being very unfair here. But I think every one of those Pacer players, for them to be as smug as they are, and look, they're young guys and have every right to be excited. I get it. I hope internally they at least have enough self-awareness to realize, shit, we were fortunate here because of who they didn't have. But, and to say nothing of who the Bucks didn't have. To hell with them. Hush Sue with another one. Tyrese is good, but again, I take so much Eastern Conference teams over them when healthy. Sucks our ending had to end like that, but our future is so bright. 2025 is ours. We'll see. I think they'll be in the mix. That's all you can ask for, is to be in the mix. Like, there are a lot of teams that were in the mix this year that aren't going to make it to the Final Four, like the Thunder. Now, granted, there's a lot of talking about what the Thunder could have done at the trade deadline that they didn't do. That team was a number 1 seed. They didn't make it to the Final Four. One of these two teams that are playing right now, the Nuggets or the Timberwolves, like those two, each of these two teams, you could look at and be like, this team could be good enough to win a championship. One of them is not going to make it to the Final Four. All you could ask for is that you give yourself a chance come April, May, and ideally June. And if you give yourself a chance, that's all you could ask for. This Knicks team, I believe, going into next season, will give themselves a chance to be one of the final teams standing. Whether they do or they don't, a lot of factors come into play. Free Scotty, what's going on, Free? Respect level for Hart is through the roof. Devo and Burks had inspiring efforts. Got chills watching the ovation for Josh. I wish more coaching adjustments got made. I don't know what you want. Again, I'm up for suggestions. I was watching the whole game with DJ Zulo. DJ Zulo is as good an analyst as I think there is out there. Him and Benji, the two of them, are amazing. Coach can't manufacture healthy players. So I really don't know what else you wanted.
Why not?
Why can't the coach manufacture healthy players?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, well, I don't know.
Why didn't he figure out a way to get Anunoby healthy, John? Mr. Miyagi did it, and then Daniel LaRusso was going to fight.
He was going to fight.
Yeah.
He did fight. Thank you for
your contribution, Scotty.
Yeah, we appreciate you. And now we could begin debating the offseason moves. Yes.
A coach that's a healer, has healing powers. That's apparently what we're going to go out and get, right?
They should hire the Mike Myers character from, what was that stupid movie that ended his career as a leading man in comedy movies?
Don't mess with the Zohan? No, is that...
No, that's an Adam Sandler movie.
At Sandler. I know what you're talking about, but it was of the same milk where everybody saw Borat and was like, oh, I should...
It was all... No, I think this was pre-Borat. Look it up. It's a Mike Myers movie. Let's get the next comment up there.
Myers. All right, you should take some time on this one.
The Guru or something. The Love Guru, maybe?
The Love Guru. You nailed it. And thank you, Ray, by the way.
Sam Garcia's dad. Ray. What are you doing, man? You're... Again, undeserving. But we thank you. Bitter, but looking forward to next season. I'm not going to think about this loss for another second. This team was amazing this year, resilient, very much a New York team. I have not loved a Knicks team more in my 5+ decades of fandom. That's saying something. And now we got another one coming from Ray, I think, because he said 1 out of 2. Yep. KFS makes these seasons better. You guys are family. Shout out to every one of the KFS team. Enjoy a few days off, and then let's get that off-season content going. Yeah, we'll take a few days off, yes. And then the off-season content will come. Andrew Claudio will be the mastermind behind all of that, and I will show up whenever he tells me to show up. To the point you just made about us being family, I had the pleasure of meeting Ray and his son Sam in person last season. Actually met them during arguably the Knicks' best win of the season. It was right up there. The win against the Denver Nuggets at Madison Square Garden. Seeing how many and hearing from so many people who the Knicks are the tie that binds, and they're able to share this experience, wins, losses, ups, downs, winning streaks, losing streaks, everything in between. Like, sports are special to different people for different reasons. I had the chance to see Game 5 of this series with my dad and my brother and my brother's son, Jack. I believe they had to go to Indianapolis for basketball tournament. Shout out to them. And I believe they got stuck in Indy tonight. Sorry, guys. It's a cool thing that we get to do this together. And I appreciate you saying that we're family. And to everybody out there who, had a special moment with a family member or a loved one throughout the course of the season, that's what made this team special, because they gave us a lot of those. So, and you guys are my family as far as the Knicks are concerned, because I get to share this with you guys every day. Thanks, Ray. You're too generous. Dom the dentist. Hello, Dom. 1 game better than last season. # progress. Well, if it's 1 game better next season, then we'll be in the Eastern Conference Finals, which I would sign for that. I was thinking about comps for this team constantly, and the one I kept going back to was not the 04 Pistons, but the 80s Pistons. And how about those Pistons teams? And again, they managed to keep the squad together, and it's harder to keep a team together nowadays. But year after year after year, another step, another step, another step, another step, until eventually they reach the mountaintop. So, again, a lot of people are saying next year's our year. I hope it is. But you just want to keep taking steps forward. Progress isn't linear, but you do what you can. Oh, and this is another one from Dom. Oh, and it's Tyrese, Embiid, and then everybody else. For most hated? Yeah, sure. Tyrese went ahead of Embiid. It's amazing how quickly we forget. Mostly because Tyrese won and Embiid didn't. Thanks, Tom. Oh, GMAC is reminding me about Bam Adebayo. He's not on the level of Tyrese or Embiid for me. Oh my goodness. Another one. Spider-Man NYK. I love that name. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Macri and Andrew and all of KFS. You represent what we all loved about this team. Post-game grind pods when you should probably be with your kids. You're humble, etc. Shout out to your wife. We need you out here, and she gives you to us. What a legendary season. I try to split, no pun intended. I try to split the baby as best I can. my kids, you know, one is very young. The other one, I'll say this. I go to great lengths that whenever I'm not doing this or whenever I'm not at the other thing that I do to support our family, I try to be fully present. But the next thing I got to work on is like being present without letting the stress of life impact how I'm able to be present with them and being the best dad I could be. That's this year's resolution. It's as Knicks Film School has gotten bigger over the years, it has definitely taken its toll. I try to be the best husband I could be. It's not easy on my wife at all. And she has made sacrifices that she doesn't tell anybody because it's not her way. But it's been a hard couple of years for her. And just really proud of her because, well, this is a bad ending for the Knicks season. She's graduating from John Jay on Thursday from one of their graduate schools. And it's something that's been a long time in the making, and it's a degree that she's had to put off for a lot of years to help raise our kids and to help support this. And she stuck with it. And the only entity I know of that has more perseverance than this Knicks team is my wife, Dolores. And she's my inspiration. She's the reason that I am able to get up here and I do what I do and I find the energy to do what I do is because she has the energy to do what she does. And she doesn't get people sitting and giving her platitudes and thank yous and outward praise. She does it in the shadows and it's thankless. And so, like, you know, I dedicate everything that I do on here to her first and foremost. Yeah. So thank you for shouting her out and giving me the opportunity to just kind of tell everybody how it is. And my hope now that she finally has this degree is that things can start to get a little bit more normal and that eventually we can get to a place where, you know, it's not as challenging as it has been for the last few years. And I'm hopeful that we continue to strive to get to that point. So thank you. And your generosity, the generosity of everybody on here, like it helps so much. So thank you. Giancarlo, I hope I got that right. Carvalho. If I mispronounce that, I apologize. Been watching for 4 years from Portugal. Add another country to the list. How you doing? I hope to get to Portugal one day. I've never been to that part of the world. I would love to go. I'm so proud of this team, and I wanted to thank you for all for keeping me company every day through the ride. I've learned, celebrated, and cried with you. Next season is ours. Let's freaking go, Knicks. Portugal. So that means you're get up and that these games air in the middle of the night, right? Well, Portugal normal start time for a normal Knicks game probably starts at what, like 11:30 or 12:30, one of those two. I don't know if it's a 4-hour difference or a 5-hour difference. I'm assuming 5. Thank you for sticking with us. I'm happy we can help be your conduit and make you feel like you're right here in New York, because you might as well be. Thank you. Jessica with another one. Tibbs, hashtag Tibbs culture equals hashtag Brunson culture. Healthy. This team is going to be scary. Randall, OG, Brunson, Devo, Hart, plus iHeart, McBride, Precious, Bergs, Healthy Mitch. My God, how many of those people we did not have healthy in the series? I love that you went with the Tibbs culture and Brunson culture being equal because they are one and the same. They are one and the same. They are joined at the hip. And they're not going anywhere. They're going to be with this team moving forward. And that's a good thing. And everybody should be happy about that. I know Tibbs has his detractors. The culture is, the state of the union is strong. Thank you, Jessica. Klaustrus, what's going on, Klaustrus? Swedish Knicks fan here. Again, we are spanning the globe. I truly want to thank you all for giving me a Knicks community. It's not easy over here. Thankful for KFS. Proud of this team. We're here for you, man. We're here for you whenever something happens, whenever there's a game, whenever there's an event, whenever there's a trade, whenever there's a big injury, whenever there's a draft, a signing, and anything. And sometimes just when me and Jeremy and Benji, DJ, and Fred, who's become a member of the KFS family, we just want to bullshit and talk about this team. You're right here with us, man. You're right here with us. I promise you that. I know you're a far way away, but you might as well be right up the block here. Thank you, Klausers. Mav11. Goodness gracious. First time, long time. Well, welcome aboard. One of the old heads here. In fact, Macri, I think I'm one day younger than you. My birthday is May 11th, 1983. You are a day younger than me. Oh, my goodness gracious. Happy belated, man. Happy belated. Welcome to 41. How is it for you so far? I can't even wrap my head around how it's been for me. It hasn't really hit me yet. Just want to say thank you to all of KFS. I listen and watch all the pre and post games. I love this team and this fan base. Let's freaking go Knicks. Thank you. Your listenership is more than enough. This thank you is thank you. Thank you to my birthday buddy. We should celebrate together one year. I don't know where you are, but I don't know. One of these years I'll do something special for my birthday. I'll get around to it. But anyway, happy birthday, man. Thank you so much. Thank you. Andrew, what the hell is going on here? Eric Sherbet. What's Sherbet? I'm gonna go with Sherbet. Thank you. First time super chatter and 50+ year Knicks fan. My Lord. Best season in 25 years, and a big thank you to all of you at KFS for a wonderful contribution to the season. Can't wait until next year. 50+ years, man. You've been through it. I hope you would. I'm always want to ask more when someone says 50+, because 50+ puts you at 51 years is the championship. Now, 50+ could mean like I first started having cognizant memories of the team, like just at 50. So, like, do you remember 73? Do you not remember 73? Does it still, does it make you sleep easier at night because you had that, or does it not matter at this point because it's been a while? I don't know. But the fact that, again, best season in 25 years, I think that's been a universe. If there's been a theme of the show so far, and we're getting on 3 hours in, it's how many people have said this is either my favorite team in my lifetime, or it's my favorite team I could remember, or it's my favorite team in 25 or whatever years. Favorite team, some people for it's 50 years. That shit is earned. That is earned. And again, it's why I tried to open the way I did. It wasn't magic pixie dust that got the Knicks to Game 7 of the Eastern Conference semifinals, and then it's just like the pixie dust ran out. It was all the words that we used on this team all year: grit and toughness and perseverance and no quit and everything. And they just gave it everything. They gave it everything. Everything they had, they gave it. They gave it to this team. They gave it to the city. They gave it to this fan base. They gave it to each other. They gave it to their coach. They gave it to the front office. They gave it to the basketball gods. And they just didn't have enough. We will get him next year. Okay. Thank you, Eric, so much. Drew P, what's going on, Drew? I can't wait to watch them with healthy with Julius. I'm excited. I'm excited. The team takes on a little bit of a different look because, if we forecast forward and Julius is on the team, well, that means Josh Hart goes to the bench, which, again, that's probably where Josh Hart should be, you know? But Josh Hart playing like 45 minutes a night became part of the identity of his team. And now once Julius is back, like that identity is going to change a bit. And look, they'll figure it out. Like here's the best thing you say about Julius. He's unselfish and he wants to win. So they'll figure it out if that's the version we get next year. Kevin Danishevsky with another one. Just want to shout out Tibbs. I didn't put him up to this, I promise you. You have said before the coach criteria is too esoteric. In my opinion, it's how much you get out of the team proportionate to talent. Tibbs did that in every way this entire year. I haven't waxed poetic about Tibbs on this post game because they lost the game. And, they lost the game, and he's not happy. I know he said he's proud of the team, which he should, but he's not happy. I don't know how much you want, what more you could want from a coach. I don't know what more you could want from a coach. And he puts his guys in a position to win. Sometimes they do. Sometimes they don't. Today they didn't. Really happy he's our coach. And I felt that way pretty strongly now for the whole time he's been here. 4 years. It's gone by quick, actually. Okay, let's get him that contract extension. Mark R, what's going on, Mark? How are you? Is this our Mark? So proud of everything the team gave us. They finally reached critical mass. Yeah. This is our Mark. What's going on, man? So grateful to have a leader like JB. Unforgettable season. Hashtag KFS forever. I think no OG after game 2. You lose 4 of the next 5. No OG. No Mitch. No Bogey. No Julius. Brunson not really himself fully. And then just it's again, it's a two-pronged conversation. It's the guys you're missing, and then because those guys are missing, the guys that you have needing to play the extra minutes, it's a two-pronged conversation. It's both. It's the guys you're missing, and then the stress that puts on everybody else. That's critical mass. That's critical mass. So yeah. Good point by you, Mark. Rob DeLucia, what's going on, Rob? Constant super chatter in here. Thank you so much. JM, you and the KFS crew have been more than a blessing. Man, I don't know if there's anybody out there in the world besides my mom who would call me a blessing. So I thank you for doing it. Can't wait for the next season. Lots to be excited about for the fall. Much love to you all. Thank you. And I should shout out my mom, too, because my mom has become a Knicks fan this year. I'm sure there are not many people out there who are more disappointed than her right now. Yeah. Tough. Thanks, Rob. Debo, what's going on? It's Kevin's cousin. By the way, shout out to Kev. I haven't shouted him out yet. Kev came on as our associate producer a couple of months ago, and what an addition to our team. Look forward to having Kev back next year to do hopefully even more stuff, maybe a little in front of the camera. We'll see. Anyway, this is his cousin, Debo, who's been a consistent super chatter ever since Kevin came aboard. So thank you, Debo. The end sucked, but the journey was special and unforgettable. Thank you, KFS, for making the entire journey even better. From the off-season pods to today's post-game therapy session, we are in good hands with Rose, Tibbs, and JB. You nailed it, man. That's the triumvirate. Leon Rose, Tom Thibodeau, Jalen Brunson. There's your 3. That's your core. And then everything else is an offshoot of that. I think if you got those 3 guys together, you're going to have a foundation where that is as rock solid as anything in the league. Because I think as we have seen in the league, you could have the best player in the sport. And we've seen instances where the best player in the sport has been a part of some foundations and cultures that were not so great. And it's not enough. And eventually, you're going to see the cracks start to develop. yeah, this team ran out of healthy bodies, and they ran out of healthy bodies, and they ran out of energy. You're not going to find a stronger foundation in basketball. And I do not say that lightly. I do not say that lightly. You will not find a stronger foundation in basketball than this team, with the exception, give credit where credit is due, to the reigning world champion Denver Nuggets. And maybe the Thunder will become part of that conversation. I know a lot of people have disparate opinions about Sam Presti and the way he goes about running his team. It's fair. Other than Denver, you're not going to find a stronger foundation than they have right here in New York with the Leon, Tibbs, Jalen. Thank you, Debo. Speaking of the Denver Nuggets, they are on a run right now. David Sancharico, I hope I got that right, David. After some career and financial hardships, I was fortunate to have a quarter season ticket package this year. I was in the building for both game 2s. This was my favorite season ever. You were a big part of it. Thank you, KFS. Well, David, I'm just happy you're on your feet. That's really cool that you got to buy that you got a quarter season ticket package. I was in the building for game 2 of the Philly series and game 5 of this series. I only was at one other game all year, our KFS outing, which I don't know if the curse is over. Maybe we had some success at some watch parties. I don't know. Andrew's telling me the curse is over. Well, we'll see when we go do our outing next year. But I don't get too many Knicks games anymore, which frankly is easier for me because it allows me to be here present with my family a little bit more, which I prefer. That said, it's nothing like being in the Garden, and I was reminded of that for both of those games that I was there for. So really cool you got to be a part of that, and I'm happy that we can be a part of it and that this was your favorite season. Thank you, David. Mellow Yellow, what's going on, Mellow? Great season. This effing team. F injuries, yes, always. Great coaching by Carlisle to run that full court press. I love the Knicks in basketball. Hats off to the Pacers. Love you guys at KFS. Cheers. It was the easiest thing that he could have done. It was the most obvious thing that he could have done. And it was the right thing. Run, 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 run when you have the ball. And when the Knicks have the ball, press, 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 press. I'm not going to repeat what I said on yesterday's pod with Andrew about how the narrative would go, but it's like the Pacers having the depth that they have and the legs that they have and the ability to cycle out piece after piece after piece after piece. And like, it was a difference. It was the difference in the series. They played 10 guys, if I'm not mistaken, right? Because they had, or 9 guys. So it was TJ, Obi, Jackson, Shepard. So 9 guys. But like a legitimate 9. All the way down to Jackson, who whenever he came into the series, it was like, he was good, man. That dude made an impact. Big time impact. And did they bring it defensively in terms of that full court press. So credit to them. Thanks, Meliello. Parrish Duggar, what's going on, Parrish? Can only praise Tibbs. Hey, how you doing? I love it. Love the turn. And the team under these circumstances, starting 3 bench guys, multiple series into a game 7. No hanging heads, please. Just cherish this organization. Can't beat a conference finalist with 5 injured. Yeah. You know, if you're saying that, I know you're someone who's had a tendency to be critical in the past, Parrish, so I appreciate you saying that very much. Thank you. Thank you for the contribution. Huzzoo, can't believe we found a superstar in Brunson. Change the franchise. Change the franchise. I feel awful for him that he went out like this today with not his best game. And obviously the broken hand is insult. Literally, actually, sorry. Injury to insult. It was injury to insult. I just feel bad because, like, that's the one part of it. Like, if they had gone down and lost a tough game at the end, maybe this would be, I don't know. Would this be tougher? I don't know if this would be tougher. If Brunson was able to come through and have the sort of game that Brunson has had all season long, and they still lost a tough game in the end because the Pacers just hit too many shots. I don't know if this would be tougher or easier, but I know this. It would feel more appropriate. It would feel more appropriate with Brunson, what he's been, but just couldn't do it today. Couldn't do it. Ja, so focused. What's going on, Ja? Another big part of the KFS family here. Had a bad feeling all day. Going to always think back to Game 3 as the one the Knicks needed. Yep. You're right to do so, man. It's the one we'll all think about. I said it then and that I didn't feel good losing that game. We'll always love this team. Next year is the one. Again, it's not about. I hope next year is the one. I would love for the next year to be the one that we've all been waiting for. Nothing would make me happier. Nothing would make me happier. It's about the run that I think they are capable of going on now. That is not just next year, but the year after that and the year after that, and we'll see how long it goes. They are positioned. They are positioned to do damage, and I think they will do damage. Thank you, Ja. Scott Stuff. What's going on, Scott? Once upon a time, I was an LA-based fan desperate for any Frank Ntilikina optimism and found KFS. Beyond proud of how far the team and this show have come. We have come a little bit of a ways since those days. And man, was I mean, you want to talk about pie-eyed optimism? Oh my goodness gracious. If Frank, I mean, the games where he would have like a live dribble pass on a drive, and I'd be talking about it for 15 minutes after the game. Did you guys see that? Did you guys see that? That's the beginning. That's where it starts. Here we come. But that's what we had. That's what we had. You know, and you know, Mitch obviously was a big part of that. And like back, you know, when I started doing the post games, like Kristaps Porzingis was still on the roster. Obviously. Any optimism you could find. You had to grab, you know, and I'm old and jaded now. And I said actually, like, at different times where doing this work kind of changed my approach in terms of like how I fanned. And I got to tell you, this team brought me back. This team brought me back to just believing that anything is possible. And it gave me it gave me the jolt that I needed because I don't think I was in a great place at the beginning of the season. And this team, yeah. Special team. Mark Rizzo. Jesus Christ. Thank you so much. Thank you. All these first timers, too. It's like long overdue first super chat from a longtime lurker and a privileged one-time guest on the pod. Mark, I remember it. Don't think I don't remember it. I remember it. You guys were generous enough to let me plug a project on here, but I'll never write anything as good as the 4-play copy, LOL. Another one. Jesus Christmas. Mark, the game reveals character. Watching Dante go through his entire dribble package to get off a contested three against a trap when an irrational observer would tell you the game is over. Well, that's the character of that player and this team. Thank you, KFS. Mark, thank you. Totally fine that you're a lurker. I love the lurkers are what I mean. They obviously most people are lurkers because there's a lot of people that watch these things that don't send in super chats. And you're gonna give me an excuse to talk about Dante here for a second. Dante DiVincenzo in these playoffs, if you give me a second. So obviously ended today. Ended today with what was his final? I don't even know what his final tally was. His final tally was 39 points. Andrew, could we look up how many Knicks have ever had more than 39 points in a Game 7? I know Clyde had, what was it, 38 or 39 in Game 7 of 1970. Now, obviously, that was a championship-winning performance. Or was it 37? Maybe it was 37. I always forget the exact number, but I don't know how many more players in the history of the Knicks, other than King, I'm assuming, that year against the Boston Celtics in 1984.
Clyde had 36 in that Game 7.
36. So I mean, it's a short list. Dante DiVincenzo, and talk about this being a shame. Jalen Brunson, his scoring went down today to the point that he's now slightly behind Joel Embiid in terms of leading scorers in this postseason. Again, you just freaking hate to see it. So for the Knicks in this postseason, Dante DiVincenzo ends up averaging 17.8 points per game, 42% shooting overall, but that's a misnomer because he takes a billion threes. 42.5% from downtown on 8.2 3-point attempts per game, 86.7% from the line, 4 rebounds, 2.5 assists, 1.2 turnovers, and about a steal and a block a game. The only players who actually, if we do totals, so as of right this second, Dante DiVincenzo is tied with Tyrese Halliburton for the most made threes in the postseason. The difference is that Dante DiVincenzo has 45 made threes on 106 attempts. Tyrese Halliburton, 45 made threes on 120 attempts. After that is Derek White with 37. So Dante's not going to be at the top of this leaderboard for long, but through 2 rounds of the playoffs, you can say with your full chest, if you are a Knicks fan, that the best 3-point shooter in the NBA playoffs through 2 rounds was Dante DiVincenzo. That's how good that freaking dude was. Thank you, Mark.
So 4 Knicks ever. Dante DiVincenzo became the 4th Knick ever to score at least 30 points in a Game 7. Can you name the other 3?
So at least 30 points in a Game 7?
Mm-hmm.
King.
Bernard King never did it. In a Game
King
7.
He didn't have 30 points in a Game 7?
He had 22 or 27 in the one against the Celtics. The game you're thinking was Game 5.
No, against the Pistons. Round. No, I'm not. I thought
Pistons
he got
series was 5 games.
I thought he ended. I know that. I thought he ended on a higher note against the Celtics. Wow, I'm in shock. Okay, more in a Game 7. Allen Houston.
Allen Houston's highest in a Game 7 was 25.
Patrick
did against the Miami Heat in 97 after the 9-man won Michigan game. Patrick Ewing in that game scored 37, which until today was the previous high any Knick had ever had. So Dante DiVincenzo scored the most ever for a Knick in a Game 7. Now, there's some Game 5s that's where Bernard King comes in, where it's elimination, winner go home Game 5s. But as far as Game 7 is concerned, Patrick has the record with 37, and then
had the record 37.
Right, had the record, and there's
Clyde
2 more.
Clyde with 36, and then
one more from 1974.
74?
Mm-hmm.
Was it Pearl?
Pearl, 30 points, against the Capitals in a win. So
that's unbelievable. Thank you, Mark. Man. Anthony Edwards, not a great game. DiVincenzo, what's going on, DiVincenzo? The unfortunate truth is that we are under 500 without OG. Yeah, we went through it before. 14-18 final record, let alone the other injuries. We somehow willed ourselves to the second round, Game 7. So close. Yep. Absolutely. 9 threes most ever in a Game 7. I think that's also not just a Knick record. I think that's an NBA record for the most threes in a Game 7 for 9. You could double check that if you want, Andrew.
Previous Knick record was by Allen Houston in the game I just referenced with 5. So I will now
I
look
think
up the NBA.
so.
record.
I think it's the NBA record for most threes in a game 7. I have a funny feeling. Yeah, good comment, 3 Vincenzo. Phrase Vader, thank you for the contribution. Love hashtag let's freaking go Knicks. Amen to that. Kevin Levitt, what's going on, Kevin? This is the first team in a while where I felt pride in. Loved this season, but more importantly, love this team. Any negative thoughts can go F itself. Yeah, no, it's universal acceptance, this team, as they should have. Thank you for the generosity.
The previous record for threes in a game 7 was 7 by Steph Curry, who did it 3 times. And then one other time, someone had 7, and it was Grant Williams a couple years ago against the Milwaukee Bucks. So Steph did it 3 times. Once against OKC, once against Houston, once against the Sacramento Kings that he did last year. And now Dante DiVincenzo at 9 breaks the record.
How you doing? Okay. Dom Cappuccini. Dom, I again, you're someone I'm so fortunate to have met through doing this. And I say that not only because you're a great Knicks fan, which you are, but because you're just an awesome guy, man. So thank you in advance. My heart swelled with pride when the Garden chanted, "Let's go Knicks" with a minute left. The sting isn't nearly as bad as the Miami Game 6 last year. The best is yet to come for New York and KFS. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. 2024-25, we back. We might have to have We Back 2.0 for next year. Maybe that's it. Maybe it's We Back 2.0 next year. I was just watching Terminator 2 the other night, so maybe we could do a little a mock-up of that.
That was a good movie.
Jesus Christ. Okay. Jamal Murray had 24 points in the first half. My Lord. Ben Kim Gervy. Ben, I feel so bad because I wanted your premonitions to come true. And it didn't happen. I know you believed it with all your heart, too. Different circumstances. Storybook season, friends. Hoped for a longer story and a different ending, but awesome. Can't wait for the next installment. And thanks for everything, KFS. Magic from a ton of work. Much love. The magic is in the work. And as far as what we do here at Knicks Film School, Ben, you are as good a thought partner as I have in terms of just every time we go on a town hall and I get to talk to you and hear your thoughts and see your contributions, obviously, in the Substack chat and read your comments and just everything. I'm just really thankful you're a member of the community, man. Seriously. Mark Fabros, thank you so much, Mark. Just want to say thanks to the entire KFS crew for all the great work this season. Thank you so much for the generosity, man. Seriously, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Chili P, I got that right. How are you, man? Thank you. Long-time listener from the Philippines. Man, we are in the Philippines. Philippines, we here. Thank you, KFS. Best Knicks podcast out there. We try, man. We try so much. All credit to Andrew Claudio. But for the first time in my life, the Knicks lasted long enough to play on my birthday. LOL. Let's go Knicks. I'm happy about that. I'm guessing your birthday was very recently. Because last year, well, actually, no, last year, so we can figure this out. Last year, they got eliminated on May 12th, I believe. If memory serves, May 12th or May 13th. It is May 19th, which means your birthday just passed. So happy belated birthday, my friend. And it also means you're a young man, because if it's the first time in your life, then you weren't alive for the 90s. So enjoy your youth as I drink my water.
Chili P, I'm not sure if I'm reading this correctly, but if there's a chance today is your birthday, I'm so sorry. But as John said, happy birthday.
Happy birthday, and I'm also so sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Mark with another one. Reggie Miller's breath still stinks, sir. Hashtag JCM rant. Fucking hate Reggie. Go fuck himself so hard. Thank you, Mark. Dom, what's going on, Dom? Salute to OG, Hart, Julius, Mitch, Bogey, JB. You just named a bunch of guys who were hurt by the end of the series. That's a team right there. You put those guys on the court together. Here, hold on. Let's make a team real quick. Jalen Brunson at starting point guard. Sorry. Josh Hart starting shooting guard. OG Anunoby starting small forward. Julius Randle starting power forward. Mitchell Robinson starting center. Bojan Bogdanovic off the bench. I think that team would have given the Pacers a run for their money today. What do you think, Tom? They were all on the bench by the end. God. Run it back for 55 plus wins and another top 2 seed again. Let's go Knicks. I'll call it now. I'll call 55 next year. Abso-freaking-lutely. 55 wins. Let's go. 2024-25 Knicks. Done. Saying it now.
We got another one from Dom, but I've got confirmation from Chili P. His birthday is today.
Shit.
But happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Chili P. Go
another year older, another year wiser. Might I recommend some Maker's Mark if you find it. But happy birthday. Thank you for spending it with Knicks Film School.
Appreciate you. Dom with another one. I'll never forget the Villanova trio. Just simply magical. But I do look forward to Hart coming back off the bench next season. Yeah, I think Hart in a perfect world is a bench player. And that's not to disparage him or everything he brings to the team. I think here's the thing, though. You want that energy off the bench. You want that energy changing a game the minute it checks in. You want that spark, right? To get your team going maybe when it doesn't have everything it needs. That's exactly what you want coming off the bench. And I'll say this. I mean, barring injury, talk about famous last words, Josh Hart should go into next season as the front runner for Sixth Man of the Year. Easily the front runner. Thank you, Dom. Christopher Smith. How you doing, Chris? Thank you, man. Great work this season. KFS. Big off season with plenty of reasons for optimism. Dante, Hart, and Burks were brilliant tonight. OG was far from right. First post-game chat from the UK. I love that this is all over the world between the generosity of people, which is utterly absurd, and the fact that we're getting chats from, where have we gotten them from now? Sweden, Philippines, the UK,
Israel,
forgetting Portugal, Israel. I mean, Jesus Christ, the United Nations and Knicks Film School here. Amazing stuff. Thank you, Christopher. Mitchell Berger, thank you for the generosity. Thank you so much for everything this season, KFS. I truly look forward to your content as much as I look forward to games. Man alive. It's the highest compliment I could get. It's the highest compliment. Let me finish reading your chat. This was such a special season, and I know it's only the beginning for this team. Let's freaking go, Knicks. There is a podcast that inhabits that space in my life where you've heard me talk about it on pod before. Like I'm a big fan of the Big Picture podcast from The Ringer, which I know is not always the most popular place amongst Knicks fans, but I don't get a chance to see as many movies as I like to because of, well, take a guess. Don't have that kind of time anymore. But yeah, I get it because like I'll listen to episodes of that show even like when I maybe don't have a chance to watch whatever movie they're talking about for the week, and it's something I look forward to. So I understand what that means, and it's just for someone to feel that way about our podcast and what we do here. It's compliment to the highest order. Thank you, Mitchell. Buddy, talk about a guy who's been rolling with us for a while. One of my good friends, David Futternick. Special season. When injuries hold you back, instead of personnel, you walk away with your head held high. I talked myself into Kadeem Allen. Yes, you did. You know who else did? Who has two thumbs to talk themselves into Kadeem Allen? This guy. We got something to that Kadeem Allen. Oh man, I can still think of a few games he had that really had me hyped. Used to be that pygmy thing over at MSG, and now we here. the Knicks are cool again. Yeah, they are. They're very cool. And they're going to get even cooler, I have a funny feeling. Now I need to know. Fred, you can't text me like that and then just leave it. Thank you, Fuddy. Love you, man. Hush Zoo. The fact that OG attempted to get on the court in his condition, these are the types of players we want. Yeah. I think that was a big part for him. That's awesome, Fred. Anyway, sorry. Exudes the pride of our city. He showed he wants and loves this. Glad he'll be a Knick for a while. I sure hope so, and I want him to be a Knick for a very, very long time. And I think he's going to be a Knick for a very long time. Thanks, Hush. Dom Cappuccini, again, Dom. Everyone, please try to go touch grass before the day is over. Touch grass and enjoy the moments of a great year and what the future holds. Heading out to the park with the fam. I'll see you guys on Town Hall. It'll be soon. Let's go Knicks. The Knicks will be fine. Yeah, they're going to be great. And everybody, I mean, it's 9:20 here in New York. I don't know if it's still appropriate to go out and touch any any grass, but everybody should savor what was a special season, which I'm slowly turning over from the disappointment phase and maybe some stronger feelings and disappointment towards the Pacers to appreciation and thankfulness. And you guys are helping me. Thank you, Dom. Deadwards 604. What's going on, Deadwards? When asked if this year was a success, JB said no. Yeah, unequivocally. We have a Jeter. We're in good hands with him. Next year might top this year. Love you guys. Thanks for all you do. Hashtag let's go Knicks. Hashtag KFS for life. That's the comp. That's the comp. I think he's as good a player as Jeter was. I mean, Derek Jeter finished third in MVP. I think was his best finish. Was it second or third? It was the year that second to Maurer?
Second to Morneau in 96.
Oh, Morneau
in 2006. Yeah,
that's right. Maurer wasn't even in the league yet. But it was. I got the team right, didn't I?
You did, and I'll go a step further. He should have won that MVP. I'm the biggest Yankee hater alive right here. The reason he lost an MVP, he lost by like 4 points, and someone put him sixth on their ballot.
There you go.
Yeah.
So there's always going to be haters out there.
There absolutely will be. I being one of them, even I admit he should have won MVP that year.
Well, that's Jalen Brunson. He's that level of player, and he means as much to this franchise as Jeter did to the Yankees. And when your leader has the attitude and the work ethic and the game, frankly, that he has, you're in good hands. They'll be fine. Thank you, Dewards. Hush Zoo. Early for draft talk, but Deron Holmes, perfect. Hush, if Deron Holmes walked into my office right now and smacked me upside the head, I wouldn't know it because I don't know anybody from this draft other than the occasional names that I see pass across my Twitter feed. I will start to acclimate myself to some extent over the coming weeks. I'm not sure how in-depth into draft stuff I'm going to get until we get to a little bit closer and we find out who the Knicks may be looking at and eyeing, and if they're even going to keep these picks. Thanks, Hush.
Just add, I can already confirm, draft class will be in full effect in the not too distant future, so stay tuned for that.
Beautiful. Jeff Guitars, what's going on, Jeff? Thank you for the generous contribution. Went today. I wish you got a better result, man. It was special getting to cheer for Josh and Devo as they exited. I just, as a quick aside, and then I'll read the rest of your chat. One of the special memories of my life was I was in the building for Game 5 of the 1999 Finals against the Spurs, and I stood on my chair and just gave them a standing ovation. And I'll always remember it. Yeah, so I'm happy you had that same experience. I can't believe we were robbed of getting to do the same for Brunson from another fluke injury. Special season. Love this team so much. Thank you, KFS. Yeah, he was the guy that really deserved it. He was the guy that deserved it. More than as much as anyone. I mean, Hart, man. Thank you, Jeff. Jesus Christ. Oh, man. Jess M. Jess, hold on, I'm not imagining things, am I? Because yeah, Jess, you sent me a message earlier, earlier today, a message of thank you. That I'm reading it now. Man, that message was enough. The fact that you took the time to write that. This is over and above. Thank you for all you do, KFS. You made an incredible season with the special team that much more exciting and enjoyable. One or more too many injuries in the end, but rather than feeling defeated, I'm feeling hopeful for what this team has in store for us going forward. Everybody should feel hopeful. You should feel hopeful. We should all feel hopeful. This team is going to be back. This front office knows what they have in this team. They know what they have in this coach, and they know the position that they're in. And again, I'm going to save the deep offseason talk, but we've seen a lot of teams over recent years completely and totally sell out for a win now team when they probably shouldn't do so. But they feel like, hey, if we could get ourselves a 15, 20, 25% of the championship this year and maybe one more year, we got to do it. I'm not saying that the Knicks are have the luxury of bypassing a trade for a star player of a certain age or anything of that nature, but they do have some leeway here to play this thing smart and really examine every potential opportunity and think about, all right, where is this going to leave us not only next year, but the year after that, and the year after that, and the year after that. Not saying you got to keep every draft pick. You don't. Not even saying you got to keep every player from this rotation. You don't. And they probably won't, because rarely do you return an entire rotation. But they know what they have, and more importantly than that, they know what they are built on. They know what matters. They know the qualities that a player needs, not should, not could, needs to have to fit in this locker room and succeed here. So I understand you don't want to feel defeated. I don't want to feel defeated either. I know I say to everybody, I tell people, ignore the narratives, ignore the talking points. And yet it bugs me. I just hope everybody is talking about this team the way that we're talking about this team, which is it was too many blows. Too many body blows. Anyway. Thank you, Jess. It's really, I appreciate that so much. Dan Gottlieb, what's going on, Dan? Thank you for the generosity. Thank you, John, Andrew, Benji, and the whole KFS family. I'm gutted. We all are. But thankful for what you and the crew have done to enrich the fandom day in and day out. Less answers than questions, but hopeful Leon can figure this one out. I mean, you might be in the minority there, Dan. I got to push back a little bit. I don't think we have that many questions. I think come back, get healthy, keep your eyes open, look at the lay of the land. If they bring back this entire roster rotation fully healthy, are they the favorites? No, they're not the favorites. Are they one of the 3 or 4 inner circle contenders? I don't even know depending on what some other teams do, I don't even know if you're necessarily going to be able to consider them that. but they'll be right there. And if they could make, if I don't know that it's going to, how big a move it's going to take. It might not take that big of a move. It might not to get to that place where we want to get to. So I don't think there's that many questions. I think it's opportunities. I think they have opportunities. And you need to be opportunistic. And they will be. Thank you, Dan. Jacob Sklar. What's going on, Jacob? How are you? Just wanted to say thank you for the season. Thank you, Jacob. Thank you. KFS has become a staple of being a Knicks fan. I wanted to thank you guys for all of the hard work. Also, shout out to Alec Burks, who deserved praise today. Sad ending, but a great season. We tried to give Alec Burks his flowers. We'll give him some more flowers. I'll just say the only stat that comes to my mind because I looked it up recently, since the end of the 2013 season, so the last 10 years, so four playoff runs, basically. And it's now, I think, 28 or 29 playoff games over that time. 7 Knicks have come off the bench and scored more than, I think, 19 points, 19 or more points. And Alec Burks has done it 4 of those 7 times. So he has been by far the Knicks' best bench contributor during this iteration of the team. By far the best bench contributor. Thank you, Jacob. Russell Satin. What's going on, Russell? John, your cousin here. Oh, hey, Russell. What's going on? It was a tremendous season on the court and by KFS. Thanks for the hours of post games, podcasts, and morning SI ferry rides with the newsletter. The best is yet to come. Man, it's been a minute. I hope you're doing well. I hope everybody's doing well over in your neck of the woods. Been a hot minute since I've been on the old Staten Island ferry that I used to ride every day. I wouldn't mind a good old ferry ride. Dolores, my wife, has been saying for years that she's never been on the ferry and she'd like to take a ferry ride. One of these days, we're actually going to do it. Maybe sooner than we think. I don't know. All of a sudden, a lot of time just got freed up. So maybe I'll come visit you on the island. How about that? Thank you, Russell. I appreciate that, man. Rich McLeod, again, another extended member of the KFS family. Didn't need to do this, man. We appreciate you that you did, though. For so long, my Knicks fandom felt dormant. The winning streak in the We Here season awoke that passion once again, and it was the first time I started joining the live streams. Thank you for this community and the friends I've made here along the way. Rich, you're an invaluable part of what we do. Your generosity is so appreciated, and more than that, your contributions to the community are so appreciated. I think that year awoke a lot of people. I think Brunson awoke a lot of people. I think last season's run awoke a lot of people, and I think this season put it over the top. And I think now, for the first time, probably since the 90s, let's say since maybe 2012, there is going to be, and honestly, I think the level of excitement going into next season is actually going to surpass. Actually, now I don't know. Now I'm actually, you know what the year I'm thinking of is like the year that turned into Linsanity. How much excitement there was for that team because they had Melo for the full year. They just traded Melo the year before. A lot of excitement around that team too. Didn't turn out that great. I think there's a genuine possibility that there will be more excitement entering next season than for any team since the 90s amongst in this city, in New York City. Thank you, Rich. M. Torts. What's going on, M. Torts? I remember that name. Just thank you. You guys are special. The feeling I get when I see the emergency pod is amazing. KFS is a beautiful thing. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, M. Torts. Like, seriously, man. I don't know if you're a man or a woman. Thank you so much. Thank you. You guys are special. Everybody watching is special. Everybody contributing is special. You guys make it. It's overwhelming. It's overwhelming, and it's helping. It's helping put the loss into context, I guess, would be the way to say it. And I need a little bit of context after that game. Christopher Smith with another one. Also, I felt the game was lost in the third with those 3 silly turnovers when the lead was cut to like 10. Yeah, I remember 2. It was the 2 consecutive ones when the lead was down to 7 and the 2 consecutive turnovers. And then just like that, it was back to 82-70.
5-second violation.
Oh, and then came the 5-second violation. Yes. But, oh, good. Was that the very next? That was because that was after the timeouts. It was 3 consecutive turnovers. Holy shit. That happened. And it ended up being a 9-0 run. That was where the game turned. Yep. Turning point. Ooh, Andrew Sullivan. My goodness gracious. What are we doing here? Thank you, Andrew. You've built something special with KFS. Grateful for what you do, Excelsior. That is a comment that is only appropriate if the you is everybody here at Knicks Film School. This is a communal effort where there is no. We don't even have we do have a foreman on the job. Andrew Claudio is the foreman. So it's really what Andrew has been able to build over the years, and came aboard, and it was just me not knowing what I'm doing and trying to make cogent points into the old microphone here. And, Andrew took this and he made it into something where we have now people across oceans saying that we help connect them to their team, and have people like you, Andrew Sullivan, saying like with this level of thanks. So thank you to Andrew Claudio, who I don't know what I would do without, and I never want to find out what that would be like.
Well, as the point was made to me at many times, we're stuck together, John. So you're not going to find out anytime soon.
It would seem so.
Look, I appreciate the kind words, John, but allow me to make you uncomfortable for a second. There is not a person, Jonathan, there is not a person that knows this team, that cares about this team, that personifies the passion that Madison Square Garden feels behind a microphone, that is able to eloquently put into words after every post game what we just saw and help us get through what we just saw, win or lose, than you. I'm a huge Mets fan. I'm a huge Knicks fan. I'm a huge Jets fan. I don't love anything sports related as much as you love this basketball team, and we're all drawn to it. I never get religious on here, John, but there's a thing that I was taught a long time ago, that he does not call those who are qualified. He qualifies those who are called. Okay, you were called to do this, John. And all I am is a qualification. I'm here to make you sound good. I'm here to, reel you in sometimes. And Benji's here to compliment you. And all these other people are here to compliment you. But you're the backbone of this, man. And it's why I'm lucky. I'm lucky to work with and around a maniac that loves this basketball team and helps me love it even more.
Well, you got the maniac part right.
That's from the heart. You know that. That's from the heart.
I do know that. I do know you believe all those things. So thank you. Outside of my mother, I do not, and Dolores, I do not think I have a bigger fan in the world, and that is. We got a pretty special team here ourselves.
We do.
All right. Thank you for that distraction. Okay, let's continue, please.
I hope Tibbs gets fired. Did that take away any of the nice things that I just said? So that way you can get... We're back to even now. We're good.
He can't even get fired. He doesn't have a contract extension.
That's true. Well, it is a year, so he can get fired before the year comes
It might be a team option for all we know.
Knowing the Knicks, it probably is a team option. Yeah. They'll opt in and extend him. That's how they'll do it.
That's it. Opt in and extend.
Speaking of Tom Thibodeau,
Luyen. By the way, can we please get past the fire Tibbs BS once and for all? As someone who was accused of running Macri's burner account this season, LOL, can we all agree that with JB, that Tibbs has been money? We're never going to be able to agree on that, Luyen. I mean, look, when they're winning and when they're winning games and they're on winning streaks and stuff like that, like a coach is going to get praised. When they lose tough games, like it doesn't matter how they lose, you're going to get, like, inevitably there's going to be skepticism. And look, what I have learned, for as much as I will always defend the man because of his work ethic and because he cares more about being the best NBA coach he could be, I believe, than anyone could care about a profession, or like I get it, because in my fantasy world, like that's what, like, I treat this with the level of seriousness that I do, because I think in part because he treats his job with the level of seriousness that he does. And to me, that is why I will always go to bat for him. One thing I've had to learn and accept, and I thank both the people on here, but mostly my KFS brethren for helping me realize this, is like, it doesn't matter how great a coach is, or it doesn't matter how much you think of him and his work ethic. Like, coaches make mistakes. Coaches don't get everything right. Coaches are not infallible. Where I will agree with you wholeheartedly is that at the end of the day, you decide for yourself as an organization, is the coach that we have leading us in the right direction, and do we believe in him come hell or high water? Or, despite whatever good qualities he may have, we do not believe he could get us to the promised land. And for my, like, I struggle to imagine anyone looking with an open mind and an unbiased glance at the totality of the picture here and say that no, Thibodeau's not the guy to lead us to the promised land. Which is why I will. Again, you want to criticize him? Look, and I need to be better with that. First person to admit it. I need to be better when people criticize him for something that maybe could have been better or different or whatever. I need to be more open to that criticism. Maybe he needs to be more open to that criticism. I don't, everybody could always get better. You could always learn. But at the end of the day, it's like, is this our coach? Yeah, it's our coach. And we're damn lucky to have him. And I think he proved that this year. Thank you, Leah. Haitian Ferg, talk about my guys here. Haitian, I'm sorry they couldn't pull this one out today. We will be back next year. We will get healthy. So proud of this team. Let's go Knicks. We have a team we can believe in, and I'm a believer again. Bring everyone back, run it back. Credit to Tibbs and the front office. You hit all the nails on the head there, Haitian, as you usually do. Talk about people who could be my burner. You and me, man. Thank you, Haitian. Hazu, bring me back to January. It felt like Cloud9. You know what? I got to tell you, man, the highs that I experienced since the end of January, from January 29th until the end of the season, the highs were so much higher for me. Like, January was awesome. It was really cool. It was like, hey, man, we're beating great teams. We're kicking the crap out of great teams. It was awesome. It was a lot of fun. Does not approach the highs that I felt. And that has nothing to do with the guy. Like, that is not a negative commentary on Julius or OG or anybody. But to me, it was the overcoming of adversity that made this special. Thank you, Hush. Scott McLeod, what's going on, Scott? Another Scott here. Well, hello. Following since 06. Okay. You've been through some tough times and some good times. First trip to New York City during last year's Scott as in Scotland. What did I say? Oh, another Scott. Oh, I get it. Scott as in Scotland. You're Scottish. I'm a little slow on the uptick. Haven't eaten in since I think 8 a.m. Found you guys recently raising a midnight Monday Lagavulin? That has to be some kind of brown liquor that I wish I had a glass of right now. To you and these grinders, just hope that our shot wasn't stolen from us. This will not be their one shot. Do not think that for a second.
Lagavulin looks like it's a whiskey, like a Scottish whiskey.
Yeah, which I will be having a glass of something as soon as I'm done with this.
Nice little run here by the Timberwolves, by the way.
I'm keeping an eye on it.
Yep.
Keeping an eye on it. Mike Lasowski, incredibly proud of the team. Thank you for the generous contribution, by the way, Mike. They literally gave everything they had, like Roman gladiators dying in battle. I love that. That's a great analogy. I know this will fuel this group for next year, and also thank you, JM and KFS. Well, thank you for the generosity. You're very welcome. And I think there's going to be carryover. I think there's absolutely going to be carryover. I'm thinking back to a lot of the teams that if you're old like me, you grew up watching where you made it to a certain place. And also the faith that this team, or the knowledge that this team is going to have with, like, man, we gave it everything. We're proud of ourselves. But boy, did all those MFers get lucky that we weren't whole. Well, guess what? Guess what, boys? We're coming back. And we're coming back with a vengeance. It's going to happen. Hush Zoo with another one. The best thing going forward, we have a lot of playoff risers. Every player rose to the occasion. Thank you guys for the year. KFS for life. Let's go Knicks. Hashtag 2025. Let's look at this. So put Anunoby aside, although he ended on a really high note in game 2 of the Pacers series. He was great in the playoffs, gave you everything up until when he got hurt. Brunson, spectacular. Hart, amazing. Amazing playoffs from Josh Hart. Amazing playoffs from Dante DiVincenzo. Wasn't quite as consistent, but Deuce with Pride ended on a low note. Overall, amazing playoffs from Deuce with Pride. Alec Burks, we'll see if he's back. Gave you everything you could have asked for and then some. Precious is Hartenstein, tough way to end it. Tough couple of games here to end it for Hartenstein. Overall, I think Hartenstein had at least as many good moments as bad in the playoffs, and he more than earned his keep this season with what he fought through to continue to be out there on the court and be the best version of himself. Didn't end well for him, but positive playoffs for Hartenstein. And Achua had some moments, helped them win a game or a couple of games against Philly. Not as much in this series, but he was. Look, he gave you some moments, which is, again, you're talking about that you're essentially what's guy's supposed to be like your 11th man, and he gave you some nice moments. So, thank you, Hush. John C, what's going on, John? Thank you, KFS. It's wild. Love the community you have created. Truly awesome to witness this content the past 2 years. Looking forward to next year for KFS and the Knicks. Props, Macri. Thank you so much, John. We're so proud of what we're doing here. I promise you, as much as Leon Rose and Worldwide West and the whole Knicks front office is going to continue to try to improve their game this summer, I swear to you, swear on my kids, we are going to try to keep moving on up. And again, not just bigger, but better. Vince N. What's going on, Vince? Thank you for the generosity. You and the KFS team are the best. We try. We do try. I can't say enough about your post-game streams. They're not always easy. Today has actually been pretty easy compared to some of the other ones. We try. Thank you again for building this great community and giving us a place to commiserate the good times and the bad and everything in between. You'll always have a home here. Much to the chagrin, probably, of my family. I can't imagine a world where I ever stop doing these things. I love doing them too much. Credit to the team though, because much like maybe Tibbs wasn't able to keep his guys quite as fresh down the stretch. We here at Knicks Film School have much better depth than the Knicks had as they came down the stretch this year. So guys were able to step up. For me, and Andrew kept me kind of as fresh as possible through the stretch run. And yeah, it's not stopping anytime soon. So thank you. Congrats, Fred. Congrats to Fred Katz. I'll just leave it at that. Matt Zaluki, what's going on, Matt? Heck of a season, hell of a team. Glad to have the KFS family as this team builds into a legit title contender. John, Andrew, serious thanks for all that you do. Matt, thank you so much for the generosity. It is a hell of a team. We are glad to have you here as part of the Knicks Film School family. And I'm looking forward to the same thing, man. I'm watching these two teams go to the mat. Denver and Minnesota, and they're two healthy teams, man. I mean, except with the exception of maybe a Murray, but he sure looked healthy tonight in the first half, at least. We want to be where those guys are, where we're coming to this point in the year and we have a full squad and we have everything we need to go the distance. We're getting there. We're getting there, one step at a time. Oh, Ant. Okay. Say quads Barkley. Quentin Grimes could have made bigger impact on D over Burke and Bogey's offense. Considering Quentin Grimes ended the year on the shelf and was not healthy enough to play basketball, I'm going to go with no. Ryan Huang, what's going on, Ryan? How are you? Welp, I was depressed for about an hour, but I'm now over it. So proud of this team. We will not have to wait long for an Eastern Conference Finals, and much love to KFS. This past year was your best yet. Best year yet. Excited for what's in store next season. Thank you so much, Ryan. I will co-sign with that. I think this was by far our best year yet. It felt like much appropriately enough, the we here year was the year where we kind of started to really put together and see what we were capable of. The following year, the Kemba year, much like the Knicks, I went off the rails. I can't speak for everybody else. And I kind of had to take a step back and realize, there's a way to do this where you don't have to let everything get to you so much. And it kind of made me, that experience that year made me better. And I think I learned some lessons about myself, and I think the Knicks learned some lessons about themselves in the 21-22 season. And then the last 2 years have been really hitting our stride and putting together the team. And that's the most exciting part for me as someone who is again, a part of Knicks Film School now. I know we got the squad. I know we got the squad, so now it's just about figuring out how to make it even better than what we already do, and we'll keep working at that. Thank you so much, Ryan. Hoon Song, what's going on, Hoon? We went from Alfred to Jalen. Love the Knicks and KFS growth. A fun season, and got my kids into it this year. Can't wait for next year already. Clearing the calendar for a finals game at MSG next June. Wouldn't that be something? I would. If this team goes to the finals next year, I will have to make a finals game somehow. Some way. Could it happen next year? Could. It's possible. Seth Jacobson. Thank you, Knicks. Best season since 73. Thank you, KFS. Man, you're speaking from experience. That means a little bit extra. Thank you so much, Seth. RJ's. Oh, well. Amazing season. Love KFS and love this team. Right there with you, man. Thank you. Kanye and Pepper. I was awaiting your Draymond rant you were saving. It doesn't feel appropriate to get it now. To give it. I don't know. Should I do the rant? It's not really a rant.
Say what you got to say.
I'll just say this. When I saw that Draymond canceled on Knicks Fan TV and CP, I mean, I'm getting a lot of platitudes today. CP is incredible. And what CP does and actually literally gives a voice to fans is so important. And how he has grown and he has put so many people in front of the camera that he has conversations with and really has brought Knicks fandom to a new level for so many people like here, like across the world. For Draymond Green to say that he was going to go on their show and cancel after that dude got the good fortune of being drafted to play with Steph Curry and have the career that he had. And now he has like a podcast and he's going to have media opportunities. Whereas if he had gotten drafted by 29 other teams and he didn't get drafted by the team that he got to play with his like basketball soulmate, I was thinking about it. It reminded me of an old joke from the early 90s. And I don't think there's anything like un-PC about it today. So I'll just tell it as a joke. That I don't know if it's aged well. If you're not above a certain age, you won't get it, but I'll say it anyway. It was about Bill and Hillary Clinton, where Bill was president, and they pull up to a gas station down the block from the White House, and Bill goes in to get a pack of gum, and he comes out and he sees the gas station attendant talking to Hillary, and then he gets in the car and he goes to Hillary. He says, "Oh, who was that?" And she's like, "Oh, it's actually the guy that I dated before you." And he chuckles to himself, and she says, "Why are you laughing?" And he says, "Well, aren't you happy you married me instead of him?" And she's straight face completely. Why would I be happy about that? And again, he kind of has a half chuckle. He's like, looks at her, he's like, "Well, I'm the president." And she looks at him and says, "Honey, if I'd married him, he'd be president." So Draymond Green, to you, I would like to issue a reminder. If you didn't get drafted to play with Steph Curry, you'd be holding a fucking squeegee at my local ExxonMobil asking me if I'd like super or regular. So count your blessings, dude, that you got to play with the greatest shooter alive and stop canceling appearances on good shows. That would have been a good segment. So fuck you. There's my Draymond Green rant.
I had no idea where that joke was going, and you nailed it. Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kanye Pepper, for bringing that up. And thank you, Johnny Chiba.
Johnny Chiba, my man, how are you? I hope all is well. I think I might have an email from you that I don't know if I responded to yet. If I didn't, I apologize. I will get to it. Thank you, John, GMAC, and KFS for excellent coverage, analysis, interviews, Jeremy's creaming, shout out foreplay, and dancing et al. Love this team for grit, toughness, defensive intensity, and camaraderie. Can't wait for full strength. Jan Knicks for a full season. How many keepers, JM? Hashtag Deuce, hashtag KOC. How many keepers? I mean, I'm fine with them bringing back the whole squad. I mean, keeper is like, it's a sliding scale because, like, if you have a chance to trade for Giannis and you have to give up like Deuce with Pride, along with whatever else you have to give up, obviously, it's like you give up Deuce with Pride. So it depends on what we're talking about. As far as like what I consider to be this team's core moving forward, like you got to get these guys back next year. It's again, with the caveat that we're not like getting a significant upgrade at any of these spots. It's Jalen, it's Julius, it's Dante, it's Josh, it's Isaiah, it's OG. I don't know why I said OG so late. I think those are the 6. And I'd love to get a healthy Mitch back. Love to get Deuce McBride, have him back. So what did I just name? Is that 8 guys? Is there anyone obvious I'm forgetting? I don't think. And then like Alex and Bogey and Precious and Sims and all those guys could go after that. But like, I named 8 guys that, like, in a perfect world, you'd love to have them back. Hey, if the only thing that they do is they swap out Bogey's contract for someone who could be to make it a solid 9 and have that guy be like a true, maybe not a true 6-man. Josh Hart's a true 6-man, but to be like a 6/7th man who could play 25 minutes off the bench and give you really like A+ scoring. Now, look, those guys are tough to find, especially as a guy that's going to fit in with the culture, the whole thing. It's tough. It's tough. So we'll see what they do. Thank you, Johnny. That Pablo. What's going on? That Pablo. First time, long time. Thanks for making this special season feel less solitary. Nobody should have to experience sports in solidarity. We do this together. We do it because we do it together. That's the best part of it. That's what makes it fun. We should all celebrate this team. Tough way to go out, but they gave it everything they had, literally. Can't wait to see who they can add to the mix. Keep doing what you're doing. Let's freaking go, Knicks. Yes. We will keep going. We will keep doing what you're doing. They did give it everything they had. I can't wait to see what they do this offseason. I'm sure that it's going to be a lot of rumors. I'm going to be following them closely. Thank you. Thank you for the generosity. Deepak, what's going on? Deepak, how you doing, my man? Jay John, want to say thank you for everything you and KFS provide year in and year out. Masterful analysis, spiritual reactions. We will surely be back. Let's go Knicks. You know it. You know it. Yeah, John, come on, man. What are you doing? Staring at my Brunson jersey. Wasn't enough? John Schmeelk, the voice of the Giants on pre-post games. Always do anything Giants. He's your man, and he's pretty good when it comes to the Knicks, too. We've seen a lot of bad basketball the last 30 years. This was good basketball by players all New Yorkers should be proud of. Your KFS team's coverage has been fantastic. Here's to a summer where the team gets better. Well, first of all, you're part of that coverage. You've been a part of it for years now. Not as often, as we would like, but we'll maybe see if we can try to change that moving forward. You just hit on something that I want to. I don't know if anybody's brought this up. I think you're the first person. It's not just the resilience and the toughness and the overcoming adversity and all that stuff that made this team so great and so special and so endearing to watch. It was the fact that almost every possession, defense and offense, game after game, week after week, month after month, they played the game the right way. Even there are good teams. There are great teams. The Boston freaking Celtics and their average point margin of victory of 11 or 12 or whatever points per game this season, 8-2 in the playoffs. They frustrate the hell out of their fans, and they frustrate national media people who have to cover the sport. Why? Because for all their talent, and as good as they could look, they go through stretches where you're like, God damn it, can they get their head out of their freaking ass? The Knicks, I gotta tell you, maybe I'm just looking at it through rose-colored glasses. From January 1st on, and I think it even went up a notch after the injuries to OG and Julius. Never did this team play anything resembling an extended stretch where you're like, what the hell are they doing? They made you proud because they honored the game with how they played, which is all you could ask. That's why when we go back to they gave it everything, it wasn't just that there were a bunch of nincompoops out there running around with their chickens with their heads cut off. They played the game in the right. Even today, I know there were a couple of moments today that we'd like to have back. Like the 5-second violation was not ideal, but even today, like the shots that they took, like maybe a couple of kind of sort of forces, maybe from Jalen. That's it, but like a couple of forces, maybe here and there. I thought. Everything they did, the whole series, the whole playoffs, the whole freaking most of the season. It was good basketball. You know when you're watching good basketball. And we watched good basketball this year. Thank you for making that point, John. I love that you made that point. Kevin Danishevsky. I thought last season would be my peak viewing experience. Unexpected runs, unexpected title chase, or better than expected title chases. Really thought we were headed that way early on, but since the OG trade, it topped my wildest expectations. Yeah, I did not expect this year. And I was very excited after the OG trade. I was very hopeful after the OG trade. I thought it was the right trade at the right time. And we got the squad. Let's keep it going. Thank you, Kevin. Luke Dole. What's going on, Luke? Coming to KFS from Buffalo. Another one from Buffalo. Hey, go find the other guy from Buffalo. You can watch games together. I don't know if he's still there. Justin. Oh, there it is. There it is. Justin Duell. There. Perfect. So you got 2 Knicks fans in Buffalo. I'm with you. Go Knicks. Can't wait to see a healthy Knicks team next season. Thank you, KFS. Been watching, listening since 2020. Well, then you're one of the old ones, man. You're one of the old ones. I mean, in 2020, if that's when you came in, it was a great time. That was when we really, again, started to figure out what we were doing here. Thank you, Luke. Zeke Smith, great Knicks season. Thanks, KFS. Very optimistic about this draft and the offseason. Let's get another creator, shooters, and dogs. 53 wins, Eastern Conference Finals, 2025. Here we go. I'm very curious to see what they do with the draft. Very curious to see what they do at the draft. I'll just leave it at that. Looking forward to Chris Persianen's draft content coming your way very soon. Thank you, Zeke. Dom the Dentist, did I mention I cannot stand Halliburton? Did you see his post-game hoodie? F that guy. Yes, I saw it. Yes, you mentioned you can't stand him. Yes, I can't stand him either. Thank you, Dom. Travis Faber. What's going on, Travis? My God. Thank you, Travis. Thank you so much. Thank you. I know we're almost 4 hours in, but I have to give you another thank you. It's ridiculous. Come on, guys. Thank you. First time, long time here. I love KFS's work this season, and thank you for all that you do. I've never loved the team more than this team this year, and I started being a fan in the late 90s. It brought tears to my eyes a few times due to pride. Thanks again for a great season. We all need stuff like this sometimes. We all need it sometimes. Life, I always go back to it. Life is hard. Sports are an escape. We need sports to keep us sane. We need sports to give us something to look forward to that is outside of our daily existence, which could be tough. And we need the community. We need to be able to do it with other people who are shared partners in crime. And it makes, we share the ecstasy together and we share the heartbreak together. But we do it together. Thank you, Travis. Mosin Saber. I hope I got that right. I love the Knicks and I love KFS. Thank you. Whenever I'm struggling down, I always put on an episode to listen to the familiar voices of you all. Thanks. I know what that means. And I appreciate that so much, more than I could express to you in words, man. If we're the voices that you want to listen to when you need to pick me up, put that on my tombstone, man. I'm serious. It just means the world. Thank you. Jared Culpin. What's going on, Jared? Thank you for the generous contribution. Hey, KFS crew. Always a listener, not always live. So just wanted to thank you guys for all of your stellar work over the year. We will come back stronger next year. The future is bright. You are so welcome. Thank you for being a part of us all year long. Come back next year. The best is yet to come for us and for the Knicks. I promise you that. Andrew Badowski. What's going on, Andrew? Proud. Never ready to end. Thank you all at KFS. Extended every game, win or lose. A win or lose. And this squad ain't going anywhere but back to a title. Love you. It's coming, man. We're going to break the drought. They got the core, man. They got the core. They got the best core of my lifetime. They've never had a core like this. They've never had a foundation like this, as sturdy as this. There's no Pat Riley melodrama waiting to happen behind the scenes. There's no Jeff Van Gundy looking over his shoulder because the team wants to hire Phil Jackson. There's no, Brunson is young. The whole squad is young. It didn't take them years. So many years of Ewing's early going were wasted because they couldn't put together the team. They never got him the right number 2. You're going to be able to solve all those issues now. Thank you, Andrew. Milan Patel, what's going on, Milan? This season was the best of my life, and KFS was a weekly part of it. You can't ever take that away from me. Nobody's going to try. It's all yours, man. It's all yours. Thanks to the faculty. Support your local teachers. Yay! There we go. I completely agree. Support your local teachers. Be an active member of the PTA, the whole thing. Thank you, Milan. Richard Pantoja. Thank you, Richard. Thank you. I love you guys. This team, this run has been so meaningful to me and my father, a lifelong fan, and listening to you guys has been such a huge part of this for me. I'm disappointed, but so proud. What a team. I can't wait for next year. Go Knicks. I'm so happy you got the chance. You're getting a chance. You got a chance. Getting a chance, it sounds like, still, to share this with your dad. I would love so much for even one of my daughters to be into the Knicks someday. That would be really a cool thing for me. I think I got a better chance with the younger one than the older one. But that's okay. Really, that's really wonderful. And shout out to my dad, who is still with us. And also shout out to my stepdad, who has been gone for some years, but I would not be the Knicks fan that I am without him. And love him and miss him very much, very dearly. Thank you, Richard. Sean with a W. What's going on, Sean? Speaking of the crew, the ideal starting lineup of this team was Brunson, DiVincenzo, OG Randall, and Mitch or Hart. Indiana never saw that lineup once in 10 games. Next season can't come fast enough. Yeah, no, you've called them out. Like, I just hope that people everywhere are going to continue to view this series in context of what one team had and one team did not. And you just said it. Thank you, Sean. BNK 98. What a special team and season. I certainly wanted it for us, but I wanted it even more for them. Thanks, KFS, for another great season. I completely agree, and I know the guys were disappointed today. I know Brunson was disappointed today. I know all of the Knicks were disappointed today. I also wonder if there wasn't and look, they gave it everything. I wonder if there was when the final buzzer sounded, there wasn't a part of all of them that was just looked around and be like, well, shit. Couldn't do any more than we did. I hope they feel that way. I really do. I hope they feel that way. Although something tells me that Brunson doesn't. Thank you. Dylan H. I love JB, but it's disappointing to see him come up small in game 6 and 7. The narrative we're going to hear all season now. I don't look at it as him coming up small. I look at it, first of all, in game 6, he had a terrible first half. He made up for it in the second half. Unfortunately, the team was completely out of gas. And in game 7, did he have his best game? Absolutely not. It was as underwhelming as a game as I thought he was capable of. I would have loved it for him to get the chance to finish it off and at least maybe. But this was a winnable game when he went out with that injury. I would have loved to see what else he had left in the tank. And he was deprived of that opportunity. Needless to say, he more than a tough end to the postseason. All it means is he's human, which for a while we thought he wasn't. All it means is he's human. That's it. It's okay to be human. Jessica with another one. I second Spider-Man NYC. John, you are the Tibbs of KFS. Come on, man. The brilliant and furious Hart, our Tibbs Hemingway combo. You embody what makes this team great. That's I'm happy that I have the gift of gab. I don't know what to tell you. And thank you for watching. I appreciate that. Jordan Schwimmer, what's going on, Jordan? Thank you, KFS, for another unbelievable season. You guys make cheering for the Knicks doable, as incredible as it already is. Let's freaking go, Knicks. So grateful. Thank you so much, Jordan. I think it was pretty unbelievable. I mean, when you look at this season, also with last season together, those 2 years combined, what a great couple of years. Let's make it 3, right? Let's go one more. Thank you, Jordan. Red Sarachek, what's going on, Red? J Mac, it's your friend, 7th Avenue. I wasn't shut down today, but I will be open. I will be soon. First, thank you to you, GMAC, and the whole crew, even those we don't know. 2, I used to think Tibbs pushed these guys too hard. I'm guessing, is there another comment?
So I'm actually going to rewind a bit. I forgot. I saw when these came in. Red has like 8 super chats, and it's all like in one running thought. So I'm going to have you read Rex's comment next, and then you're going to go through all of Red's super chats together, okay?
Got it. This is from Rex. Thank you so much for the generosity. Die Hard since 92, without a doubt, my favorite team ever. Tough, smart, unafraid. New York City personified. Yes. My son and I get to watch this team, then KFS breakdowns. Priceless. A family affair, just as Leon envisioned. Let's kill this offseason. Man, that's got fathers and sons watching the post games together. That's absolutely wild. I would never in a million years would have thought that. Cheers to you. Cheers to your son. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, you ready?
Sure, let's do it. Okay. I'm going to pick up where I left off with Red's comment. I used to think Tibbs pushed these guys too hard. Next. You've changed my mind. In today's NBA, where it's all about me, my game, my career, this team defies that. Show me another group of NBA players who not only defend, but proactively back their coach. Forget the 2 seed. Their unity alone makes me do a 180 on giving Tibbs his flowers and money, his contract. Let me comment on that because there's another point coming up next. I think the team loves Tibbs. And I think the team is proof, and the comments are proof, that of what people have said, media people have said this, people who have played for Tibbs have said this. Anybody who's ever been around the man for any cognizable or significant portion of time has said this. If you want to win basketball games, hire Tom Thibodeau as your coach. Yes, I'm stealing Zach Lowe's way of phrasing it, but others have said it in different ways. If you want to win, hire Thibodeau as your coach. And if you want to win, play for Tom Thibodeau. And do what Tom Thibodeau asks and follow his program, and he will lead you to wins. It has been proven time and time and time and time again. We want players who care about winning here. So if you want players that care about winning here, it's the coach for you. Okay. Now we got Red's next point. After most games, when I'd finish falling to the floor and shrieking joy, my wife would roll her eyes. She'd say, "What are you guys saying?" She knew the voices. Well, shout out to your wife. Your wife's awesome, and that's incredible. 4, I remember tuning into one of my first live shows and hearing you guys talk about an injury report by Weiss and Rosenblum. It was a Julius injury. Oh, goodness gracious. As Anthony Edwards is taking over Denver as we speak, 10-point lead for the Minnesota Timberwolves. My Lord, we are in the midst of a changing of the guard, apparently. Okay. More Red. I thought these guys are as nuts as I am. We're more nuts. I promise you. No one's as nuts as I am. But you're close, Red. 5. Carlisle is a weenie butt. Okay. Tyrese Hoboken is a duty ball. There, I said it. You said it, not me. Number 6. The oven is on. The batter is mixed. The sprinkles are almost done. I don't know what that's in reference to. 7. Jalen Brunson is ours forever. His name will be in this. And by the way, thank you for the generosity of all of these. Seriously, Red. This is like crazy. Jalen Brunson is ours forever. His name will be in the stadium ceiling, and that's generational for New York. Talking to the next generation about him will be akin to prior generations talking about the 70s. If there is a basketball god, it will be so. Yes, he is that caliber of player. He is that caliber of leader. And I believe this front office and coaching staff and everybody are the right people to shepherd the team around Jalen Brunson. So there we go. Thank you, Red. Red with it. One more. Sorry for super chat issues. Why are you sorry? Thank you so much, man. Seriously, thank you. Thank you guys for making this movie that is KFS. All the behind the scenes stuff we don't see that makes the movie. That's all Andrew Claudio. I can promise you that. There ain't no behind the scenes with me. Andrew Claudio has gone through painstaking efforts to make sure that the only stuff that I ever have to worry about is what happens when I sit in front of here and I start talking to y'all. What he does behind the scenes, shit, man. That's Tibbsian right there. Thank you, Red. Hush Zoo. At least we're not the poverty Nets. LOL Nets. Let's go Knicks. No, thank God for that. We will never be the Nets. We will never be the Nets.
First of all, thank you, John. Appreciate the kind words. Second of all, I'm not taking 10 seconds to laugh at the Nets, but I will shout out Evan Roberts, who on his afternoon show on WFAN shouted us out this week when telling the story of the flatulence that saved the Knicks in Game 5 to Tiki Barber. And he said Jonathan Macri, who does a great job at Knicks Film School. They've been doing a great...
You said my name on WFAN?
You don't... It's been a busy couple days. Yes, I will resend you the text, the video that he on Friday gave us.
He texted me something?
Yes. I think I put it in a group chat, but I will resend it to you. It's been a busy week and a half. It's the Cheddar Ass Man. You pay attention to that one.
Oh, that one I pay attention to. How did I miss this?
It's been a busy. I've graced. It's been a busy 3 months, so it's okay. He basically said, shout out to us, because he was telling the Fred Cat story.
That's really cool.
Someone farted, and it saved the Knicks. There was an epic fart, and he said, shout out to you and to the Knicks Film School. They do a great job over there, except for that guy that likes to take shots at the Knicks. Talking about you, Claudio. And I got a text from my friend group chat being like, they just shouted you out on WFAN. And it was like,
that's cool.
You know what? That's exactly how I want to be known by the WFAN listeners or by WFAN, is I'm the guy that takes shots at the Nets. And as long as they keep giving me material, I'm absolutely going to.
Oh, no laughing at the Nets today, but that's cool that you got a shout out. Cool. I'm happy I got a shout out. Kento Cato, what's going on, Kento? Tough end with the injuries, Game 7, but proud, thankful for this team and their fight and the hope they gave us. I think that might be the first time I've heard that word used today. They did give us hope. They gave me a lot of hope in what was possible. Looking forward to the revenge tour next season. And thanks, John, and the whole KFS team for the work this season. It's our pleasure. It's certainly my pleasure. I promise you that. Dom with another one. Dom, you're a madman, Dom. You're a madman. 2 words, gravy train. John, gravy train. Indiana can have their fun for now. They don't want us with Randall, OG, Mitch, and Bogey. It's not even worth commenting on. It's different series. Just name what would have been half of their rotation. You know, it's a different animal. And they and much of the East won't want it in the coming years. Let's go Knicks. Leon's got this. You're right. You're right in that I think the East is definitely on notice for sure. I think everybody's looking at the Knicks and saying, all right, well, what do they got? I don't think we're gonna be like necessarily like feared if they don't make any moves, but I think people fear what we could do. Oh, now I got it. Watch later. No, I'm going to watch it right now. Very silly. Corey, at least we can fall back on the Rangers. I don't know how much hockey. I don't know if I'll be watching. I'll be watching basketball in the coming weeks. I don't know how much of Boston, Indiana I'm going to have the stomach to watch, at least initially. We'll see. But I'm looking forward to what looks like it's going to be a very interesting Western Conference Finals.
Corey, at least I can fall back on the Rangers. Yes, cannot wait for game 1 tomorrow. And John, I said watch later because John Burgundy. I wouldn't put it past you to suddenly just watch it right there.
Very
That's
funny.
all.
Unless you're a Devils or an Oilers fan, in which case I apologize. No, I don't know what's going on with those two teams. I know they're not playing in the Eastern Conference Finals, though. Thank you, Corey. Bill Peter friend, thank you so much, Bill. You very generous, and thank you for our back and forth via email throughout the year. Thank you, guys. You're all super, and you made a fantastic. I think it means year better. You're very welcome, Bill. You're very welcome. Thank you so much. John Dorman, what's going on, John? How are you? I've loved this team since I was a kid in the 90s. You and me both, man. You and me both. And this season reminded me of how special those days were. Your Knicks Film School newsletters helped me lean into that feeling more than I'd ever be able to describe in words. Thank you, KFS, man. I've shouted out the chat on here, the Substack chat. I love doing this. I love doing these post games. For anybody out there who reads the newsletter and who that is a part of their day, that is like that's so meaningful to me because that's something that, like, I don't know. I'm you know, that's dream stuff because I'm not a writer. So the fact that I get to write and people read it, you know, I get to pretend I'm a writer for when people say stuff like that. So thank you so much, John. I appreciate that really a lot. Matt Tomo, what's going on, Matt? Thanks everyone at KFS. Appreciate y'all so effing much. Got me through some bad days. Kept me connected after leaving New York and narrated the best Knicks season of my life. Matt, I hope you're doing okay, man. I hope there's not too many more bad days or haven't been too many bad days recently. I'm glad that we kept you connected. We're going to keep keeping you connected. We're going to keep narrating whatever comes ahead for this team, whether it be this summer and obviously next season and beyond. It's been an honor and a privilege. So the fact that you choose us, that means a lot. Thank you. Dan Hidalgo. Thanks, KFS. This was a season to remember. Love this team and this community. We're getting closer. We are getting closer. We are getting closer. Can't wait to run it back healthy with some retooling. Yeah, I don't think they need to do much. Maybe they do some big stuff. We'll see. Maybe they do some. We'll see. We'll see what they do. But yeah. Thank you, Dan. Rob N. What's going on, Rob? Just a small token of thanks to KFS. Rob, it's meaningful. Hashtag meaningful. Y'all help us survive the roller coaster. It was a sad end to a great season, but as a fan since the 90s, I'm proud of the squad and excited about next year. I don't know that I can title tomorrow's newsletter anything other than proud. Not proud boys. Proud. Just proud. Yeah. That was a fun KFS post game. Remember that one, Andrew?
Some might try to forget.
Oh Lord. Okay. Cameron Levy, what's going on, Cameron? Maybe I'll shave my head tomorrow. I sent John a DM with a clip from his post game live stream at the start of the We Here season, where he was holding his phone on the couch. You guys, like the Knicks, have come so far. Been here since then. I'll still be here. Cameron, that means a lot. I'm sorry I haven't gotten to it yet. I will. I promise I will. And then another one from Cam. I remember a green room you guys did in the off season when I was still a college kid. I joined, and Andrew asked me about the football coach at my college, Richmond. Point being, I've grown up with you guys. Green room.
Do you remember that Spotify app where we'd spend every Saturday morning and it was basically Twitter Spaces. Yeah.
We were doing it. It was like 3 years ago.
That was the summer between the We Here season and the Kemba season.
Yeah, it was a year because I remember being on it on my phone. Well, in an empty apartment that we had just rented, and our furniture wasn't even in there yet.
You were house hunting that summer or that off season. Ironically, I was also moving that summer to the place I am now with my then girlfriend, and here we are. I'm gonna let John watch the end of the game.
It's fine. It's over.
I know. I'm gonna respond to Cameron and be like, "Yes, Cameron. I also remember talking to you about Danny Rocco, the Richmond head coach." These are the cool things that pop up every now and then, where people say that, like, I've grown up with you. Chris graduating college this weekend had a gigantic similarity to what you're talking about, where I remember editing during the pandemic this high school kid that was so happy to tell you he was going to Fordham, the mailbags you'd do with him, and now he's like covering the Knicks for his college and, doing a show for I forget, Ball is Life, I believe, is the network that he's on.
Yep.
And graduating college this weekend. So, to everyone that's grown up with us, grown old with us, we're just happy that you're growing with us, because it's the coolest part about this is growing together. So I'm staying on for this. Go ahead. Sorry.
I was going to say, we're not stopping anytime soon.
No, we're not. Neither are the Knicks. 13 seconds left. It's 96-90.
That's the correct score.
Changing of the guard. I'm staying on for this next one because I made fun of him in the chat. Now I just want to quickly make fun of him with you.
Just Knicks. Dante inconsistency calls for a spider move. That's not a real comment.
After he just set the Knicks record for points in a game 7 and the NBA record for threes in a game 7, this is the chat you send. Thank you for the contribution. We'll see you next season. Next up.
Sus Scott. First time, long time Knicks fan in Oz. Oz as in Australia? What's Oz?
I'm assuming Australia.
Yeah, right?
I think the prison is closed.
Yeah. Thank you for that. NBA new champion for the 6th consecutive season. How about that? KFS, you keep me connected to the community. Love your work, and let's go Knicks. Thank you so much. We love you being a part of it, man. Don't dip out now. Got more to come. Nicholas Rusignac. What's going on, Nicholas? Long-time listener since 2020, first-time contributor. Thank you. Thank you, KFS, for always being there for me, even in tough times. The Knicks on top always. Bleed orange and blue. We're here. There's no off days. We are on. We again. The fact that so many people have chosen us to be one of their, whether you call it an outlet or conduit or any word you want to use, we will continue to take this as seriously or more seriously than anybody out there watching does, and do our best to. I always feel funny saying cover this team. We don't cover the team. Like, we talk about this team. We write about this team. We pontificate about this team, and so on and so forth. But just be your companion. We love doing it. Octopus Circus. What's going on, Octopus? First time, long time. Love you guys and this team. Thank you so much. Helped me through so much hardship this year. You guys mean so much to this community. Man, I hope everybody's doing well. I hope you're doing okay, Octopus. Anybody who's going through it, I mean, it's like, again, it's like fuck, man. I don't know why when I think about this stuff, my default is always like, man, life is hard. And that's why I'm happy we have this. And maybe it's just because I'm getting older and like the realities of life start to set in when you get to a certain age where it's like, it doesn't necessarily get easier, and new challenges emerge that you didn't know could be challenges. And stuff gets real in a way that you didn't think it was possible to get real when you were in your teens, certainly, but even your 20s. And so you try to find enjoyment where you can, try to find a sense of purpose where you can, try to find a sense of community where you can. And that's why I love this team, what they did for us this year so much, because they gave us that in droves, where it didn't matter how your day was going. You got to come home and you like, what magic are they going to pull off tonight? That was what it felt like after a while, and they did a lot more often than they didn't. Oh, Anthony Edwards with the Kobe stat line, 6-24. Nice. Hayden Freed. Shout out GMAC, the only cool Mets and Jets fan. Yes.
Shout out Hayden Freed and shout out to the Jets. Who's that other team he's talking about?
I don't know.
The Mets? I heard, rumor has it their season ended this weekend too.
I wouldn't know anything about that.
Next up.
Dan Hidalgo. Andrew is right. John is my therapist. My wife is qualified. She's actually literally soon going to be a actual therapist. So maybe she'll start filling in for days that I can't do this. Will Oliver, what a season. Thanks for all you guys do. You're welcome. Thank you. El Coriano 11. For all the Tibbs haters, which coach could have gotten more out of this team this season? Thanks for all the excellent content, John and KFS. Thank you, El Coriano. Appreciate it. You always have good comments and good chats here. Paul DeSantis, what's going on, Paul? The fact that you're still going 3+ hours after the game shows why we love you and Knicks Film School. Always here for us. This team restored my love for this franchise, which goes back to 1984 when I was 5. Is it October yet? Oh, man. So that means you are about 45. If I got my years right. Yeah, October can't come soon enough. The league right now, Benji just tweeted it out with this win. The league, there's a lot of parity in the league. The league is kind of wide open right now. I didn't think Denver could be toppled. And here they are. They've been toppled. So that means the NBA champion this year is going to be either the Minnesota Timberwolves, the Dallas Mavericks, the Indiana Pacers, or the Boston Celtics. Let that sink in for a second. Thank you, Paul. Dawn Marie. What's going on, Dawn Marie? Heaviest jersey in the league. Yep. Totally. So many people nationally rooting for us to lose when all this team did was fight with all that they had to win. As a fan of the game, how could you not want to see us win? The hate is unreal. Thank you, KFS. Yeah, there's a lot of people out there. I think they're mostly clowns, though. There were a lot of people who showed their ass. Lot of people who showed their ass over the last few weeks with some of the commentary, and people that I once had respect for. Charles Barkley being the main one, really. I didn't understand where he was coming from at all. It's unfortunate, but at the same time, there are also a lot of good, smart national people who cover this league that knew how special this Knicks team was, and they will be smart about how they talk about them in their eulogies, I would imagine, starting tomorrow, or probably limited to tomorrow. Although there's also going to be a lot of preview content. Thank you, Domery. CC516, what's going on? I love KFS. I honestly don't think I've ever missed the start of a post-game show, especially with the epic intro. Oh, that's great, man. Thank you. I have shared both extreme euphoria as well as tears with you. Thank you for everything. Thank you for everything. Thank you for sharing with us. Thank you for being there to share with us. Free Scotty with another one. The more playoffs I see, the badly I want a Connolly, TJ McConnell type of backup point guard. They're joys to watch and impact winning so much. Tibbs will love them. Thanks to all KFS. Hopefully a fun summer ahead. They're going to those guys aren't going anywhere. It's tough to find a great backup point guard. Deuce is wonderful in the role that he inhabits. I would imagine they will look for some more playmaking and scoring off the bench this summer. Jesus Christ. 4.5 hours in. Matt Grod. My goodness. Matt. This hashtag pathetic Knicks fan just got back to Massachusetts. And I know who you are. And still figuring out this super chat thing. Thanks to KFS for narrating a great season for the greatest fans in the world. So proud of this team. And I will always remember the 23-24 Knicks. And I can't wait for the 24-25 Knicks. I hope that in figuring out the super chat thing, you intentionally meant to give this much. If you didn't, I apologize. And if you did, God bless you, man. Thank you so much. I hope the drive was okay. And thank you for the incredibly kind words and the incredible generosity. Thank you so much. Greg Film Stuff. Thank you, man. Thank you, KFS, for this platform and another great season of content. It's hard to feel sad when your team is literally willing to kill themselves to get us to the Eastern Conference Finals. We took Indy to 7 games with 7 players. Big offseason ahead. We did what we could. We did everything we could. Left it all out there. There's nothing else they could have left out there. They left everything out there. Everything. Anthony Sixto. Thank you, Anthony. Salute KFS. I watched an episode of Bodkin. Great show. Walked my dog and ate dinner. Came back to finish the pod, and you're still alive. Thank you. I may have something to eat after this. I will say that. I think my wife got me there's half a chopped cheese sandwich upstairs waiting for me from like 4 hours ago. We'll see how that aged. Probably as well as some of my takes. Seriously, Benji? Is this really Benji?
He wraps us up tonight. Yes.
Here's to many years of playoff runs together. Aki. I hope I pronounced that correctly, which means my brother. Benji Ritholtz, I have learned more from you about basketball and about the Knicks and about life, frankly, than anyone this year. As thankful as I am for this team, and God, am I thankful for this team, and I'm thankful for the entire Knicks Film School crew and family. Benji, I appreciate you a lot. And it was a great year. Onwards and upwards for us. I will close. A couple thoughts. One, I hope this week is a week where we can, as many people have already started to do, take a step back and appreciate the year that this team gave us. I am going to try to do my best to put some of those thoughts into words over the course of the next several days for the newsletter. I imagine it will be hard, but I will try. I cannot thank everybody watching, listening, chatting, super chatting, commenting anywhere for the generosity of spirit, of wallet. We give this a lot of our time, and to be able to come on here after a season and have people show the sort of outpouring of support that we got tonight. I've put it this way before because it's the best way that I could put it, which is to say that, like, it helps us justify what we do to the people that sacrifice so we could do what we do. And I will never be able to put into words how much it means that people respond to this in the way that they do. So thank you to everybody. And lastly, and I don't want to, I know we're at the end of 4.5 hours, and I can't imagine how many people are still listening at this point, but for anybody who is, one, you are the diehards, so God bless you. And two, I just want to say my thank you to this team. This was a hard year at times for me. I felt like I was at the end of my rope a lot, trying to hold it all together. Just a lot going on, just life. And this team, this never felt like an obligation to me, because, and the reason it never felt like an obligation was because of this team. And because they went out there and they just gave it everything. And there were so many days where I watched them and I said, man, if you guys could do that, I could pull it together and do whatever the fuck I need to do, because what I have to do is nothing in comparison to what they have to do. And I have to think there's a lot of people out there who felt similarly as I did. And these guys are all under contract. They got paid this season regardless of what effort they gave it, regardless of if they went an extra mile or an extra inch or nothing. And it really felt like, yeah, they did it for each other, but it felt like they were doing it for us. I don't know if that's true. We can just tell ourselves that as fans. It felt like they were doing it for us. It felt like it was meaningful to them to give everything that they had and leave nothing else out there. And it's the most special team I've ever watched in any sport. Never felt this way about a team. And frankly, they could win a championship in the years to come. I don't know that I'll ever feel this way about a team again. I mean, I consider myself a man of many words, and I ran out of them for this team a long time ago, because they just kept coming up with new ways to surprise us and inspire us and endear themselves to us. So on behalf of everybody in Knicks Nation, I say thank you to the 23-24 New York Knicks. You are gone but not forgotten. And we know that the best is yet to come. But you will always have our hearts for what you did this year. So thank you. And on that note, thanks everybody who stuck with us for this live stream. Appreciate you so much. And we will be back with more fun and games before you know it.